thank you for attending today. Thank you for getting down to London or up to London or across to London or staying in London, whichever way you got to here. Okay, but thank you for attending today, which is quite a celebratory day because we hear all the activities that all the different sections have been doing, and we hear from different scientists that have actually achieved quite a lot, and we've got some awards to give out throughout the day. So thank you all for attending. Thank you also to the sponsors of today, which certainly helped with the coffee, the lunch, and everything else, and to make this possible. And also to point, we aren't just academic microscopists, we are also industrial, commercial, vendor microscopists as well. So although they're sponsored, we are all very much a society for everyone. I think that's always important to remember at that point. I'm not going to go on too long because we're going to kick off with the AGM itself. And for that, I'm going to hand over to our Honorary Secretary, Michelle, or Executive Honorary Secretary, sorry, Michelle.
All right. Okie dokie. Okay, so if you go online, you will find the agenda and you will also find the minutes for the last AGM. So I'm sure you've all done that and you've all read the agenda and you've all looked at the minutes. So have we got anybody who's not here who should be here? Any apologies for absence? Oh, Rod, that's right. Yeah. So unfortunately, our honorary treasurer, Rod Shipley, couldn't make it today. So we have a stand-in who is Adam, who's going to give the financial slides today. I can just follow on from Pete and say welcome. So you can find the minutes online. I'm sure you've all had a very careful read of those. So we're going to adopt those minutes. Any corrections? Happy with those minutes? Can we sign them off? Yeah. I never remember if we have to have a vote. Yeah, okay. All right, any matters arising? I don't think there were any matters arising, so we can quickly go over that. Then we're just going to go on with these various items of the agenda 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, 4, 5, 6. So just to remind you that the RMS is a charity with the stated objectives that you can read there. And the next thing we have is our at-a-glance summary of the society. This is quite nice. I'll give you a little bit of time to read that. This is quite nice. This is a sort of summary of all the different things that we do as a society, which I'll go over in a little bit more detail for some of these. But on that green box are all the outreach activities. And there's some quite nice things going on there. As you know about the microscopy activity kits, that's still going strong. We have this new mentor-mentee scheme. We have a job shadowing pilot scheme, diploma candidates, and we awarded some summer studentships, as we always do. And then on the right-hand side, you can see all of our other activities. Okay. So just a little bit of more detail on the events. We had 36 events. I'm not going to read it out, but you can see all of the different events. As usual, we do lots of different things, lots of different meetings, lots of different courses, and we're always open to new ideas for meetings and courses. If you ever have a good idea that you want to tell us about and you would like to run a meeting. And then we also have our online microscopy lecture series, and we also contribute to other online events that you can see there. Okay. We also supported events run by other people, and I should just point out that's not a spelling mistake. It is definitely CRI. It's not supposed to be Christmas. It is actually as written. Okay. And then membership still going strong. We slightly changed the membership categories so that we now have 3 undergraduate members, early career, which is a slightly cheaper rate, fellows, on-fells, as we had before, doctoral members, ordinary members, and then emeritus. I think that membership is going strong. just wanted to mention this. So the RMS is also a partner in Bioimaging UK, which is separate from the RMS, but we also support it. And Georgina, who might be here, yeah, she's at the back, is doing a fantastic job on UK bioimaging. And Maddie, who is also here, is also helping to lead on that with Georgina. Okay, and then, of course, what you've all been waiting for is the journal. Just bear in mind that everything I tell you about is up to the end of December 2023. So we're already in September 24, so I'm not going to tell you very much about that. 2023, we published 80 papers. We had a small improvement in our impact factor. We have these read and publish agreements of continuously expanded. This is where if your institution takes a subscription to the journal, you can publish for free open access. A few more of those. We have a very old contract with Wiley that still talks about print publication, which we more or less don't do anymore. So it has a few sort of idiosyncrasies in them. We're just trying to bring it a little bit more up to date without any changes to our other terms and conditions. So we're just having a bit of a chat with them and trying to get Wiley to take a bit more notice of the journal. We are doing quite a lot of themed issues or special issues. So one of the ones that came out in 2023 was this Women in Microscopy, which I helped to edit with Ulla and Sean Cully. I'm very proud of that. We have some lovely papers in there. We have somebody called Aaron Johnson from the Microscopy Society of America, and he has a lot of experience in publishing, and he's helping us negotiate with Wiley and try and get them to take a bit more notice of the journal. So those are a little bit about submissions, and just a little bit about, you can notice that the submissions got really high in 2023, but this was a problem with paper mill papers, which are completely rubbish and do not even say microscopy anywhere in the paper, and yet somehow come through to us. So that's been a bit of an issue. That's one of the reasons why I've been trying to get Wiley to sort that out for us. And then that just shows you the balance between the hybrid open access and subscription papers and the rise in the impact. I just wanted to also highlight this one. This actually came out this year, but I think this is another fantastic themed issue. I just wanted, if you haven't seen it, please go and have a look at it, because I think there's some really spectacular articles in there about all facility management done by Kurt and Sebastian. And then we also had a second volume for the people who didn't quite make the first volume of Women in Microscopy this year. So this year, we will have published more papers, actually. We're probably more closer to 100 or even going on top of that. And that's important to us because, as you'll see later, the journal income is really important in supporting the society. So we really want to publish as much as we can from you guys. We want you to send your papers to the journal so it becomes a strong journal and helps. That income then helps to support us in running courses and events for you. If we didn't have journal income, we'd be in bad shape. So it's really important. So because of that, I'd like to say thank you to all the journal editors, and that includes our two new editors, which are Akim and Vinyak, who joined last July. Right, and then, as you all know, we also do an in-house magazine, In Focus, and Owen is here, who helps to sort that out at the RMS, and Leandro Lembrugo is the editor for that. So we have switched to publishing that online now, and that's going really, really well. Does anyone try to read that online? I think it's quite good fun to read online. It's just like. And then social media, we also have a big impact and announce things through social media. So that's also going strong. Okay, so now I'm going to hand over to Adam, the money bit.
Hi, everyone. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Adam Clay, the RMS Finance Director. So obviously 2023 seems a long, long time ago now, but we'll just summarise what happened in 23. So obviously it was a difficult financial year due to the cost of living crisis. But we managed to generate 1.886 million of revenue in comparison to 1.402, with expenditure of 1.88 million. Obviously, this resulted in a small operating surplus of 6.5k, which is far improved from 123k deficit in 2022. Our investment portfolio performed well during 2023, returning 125k gain during the year, which again compares favourably to the 451k deficit in 2022. So the overall figures for 2023 saw an increase in funds of £132,000 in comparison to the 575k loss in 2022. Therefore, the funds available to the RMS. So during 2023, we made further improvements to the RMS premises and the IT infrastructure that we have in place. So therefore, the total funds, which includes all the tangible assets such as office equipment, microscopes, property and fixtures and fittings, investment portfolio and the cash at the bank, stood at 5.325 million. As Michelle mentioned earlier, the Journal of Microscopy is very important to the RMS. It underpins quite a lot of the activities that we do as a community. So therefore, it's very important to support the Journal of Microscopy. So in 2023, the journal exceeded the original Wiley forecast by 8.1%, generating an additional 43k in revenue in comparison to the budget that we received at the start of 23. So therefore, the revenue generated from the journal was £574,000, with direct expenditure of 137k. Within this 137k, there is a 18% charge directly from Wiley against revenue. So therefore, the dividends, the royalties we received from Wiley was 436,000 in comparison to 482 in 2022. Moving on to RMS events. So both meetings and courses generated an operating surplus for the year. That excludes staff time and office overheads. So during 2023 for meetings, there was an 18k operating surplus. But when you factor in the considerable amount of staff time and office overheads that are contributed towards meetings, it actually made 156k deficit for the year. Courses, on the other hand, generated an operating surplus of 67k. And then factoring in staff costs and office overheads, we saw a surplus of 28k. MMC, again, performed really well in 2023, generating 733k for the society, with 550k of direct expenditure, generating 182k of operating profit. When you factor in considerable amount of staff costs that go into making MMC happen, it resulted in an 81k deficit for the year. Donations and bursaries. So again, we tried to help the community by making sure we had travel bursaries available for general RMS events, meetings, courses, as well as external events, along with MMC travel bursaries. So during 23, we spent 9.5k on travel bursaries, with a further 11.5k on summer studentships and 14k on maintaining the microscope activity kits for the year. Governance costs. So the cost for the year was £38,000, which is made up of council, executive, travel costs, along with any accountancy charges or audit fees. And that equates to 2% of the total income in comparison to 3.7% in the previous year. If you'd like to find out more information, such as reviewing the annual annual report and accounts, please scan the QR code. There's a link there which will take you to the annual report along with the audit finding report. And then just finally, briefly from me, just the current financial position for 2024. So in December 2023, council approved 169k deficit for the year. So far to date, it's looking like it will be around about a 95k operating deficit for the year. Obviously, that excludes the investment portfolio. However, the reduction in the deficit is mainly due to a positive performance from the journal Microscopy, with increased revenue generated so far, mainly due to the submissions that we've received, successful RMS meetings and courses, and the reduction in office overheads with careful management. The investment portfolio as well has grown by 4.28%. So therefore, we're expecting a 54k surplus at the end of the year. And again, there is more information on the 24 financials if you scan the QR code. And finally, I think we've got to approve and accept the okay. And I'll pass back over to Michelle.
Thank you very much, Adam. Peter's asked me to remind you that everybody in the room is probably not necessarily all of you actually, but a lot of you will be part of what we call a JISC institution. And Wiley has an agreement with all the JISC institutions. So that's places like University of Leeds, where I am, York, etc., where not only do you get a subscription to Wiley journals, but you can also publish for free open access because it's bundled up in the journal subscription. So you can publish open access in the journal Microscopy and no money has to leave your account. So that's a really positive thing. And that's one of the reasons why the journal is doing a little bit better this year is we are having more open access articles of that kind, and that brings in a bit of extra income. And because we are trying to push submissions through, doing a few more themed special issues, that's helping to put the numbers of papers up, and then our income goes up a bit. And that really does show you how important the journal is to us. And we're trying to sort of get to a point that eventually we will go completely open access, but when we can afford to, and then, yeah, we can't, not quite there yet. Okay. So we now have to just go through the officers for election for the next year. Officers, ordinary members, and lay trustees. Okay, so these are the officers for next year. So do you still want Pete as president? It's a bit of murmurs there, Pete. I don't know. Then Rick Britton as vice president, myself, Rod Shipley is honorary treasurer, who's been doing a brilliant job. Maddie, who is our on-set for biological sciences. Andy Brown, who's our on-set for physical sciences, and our on-set education. Everybody happy? It's very distinct. That's one lot. Then we have ordinary members of council. And these are our ordinary members who've agreed to be on council next year. Some people are in the room. Alex. But I think some other people. Tim's in the room. Everybody happy? Good. Okay. And then I just want to, so Phoebe, do you want to just wave a little bit? Yeah, if you want. Yeah, just very quickly.
My science knowledge isn't fantastic. So if you talk about science, if you could speak slowly. Legal knowledge, different thing. Very happy to help. And yeah, thank you very much, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you very much, Phoebe. That's brilliant. You did a much better job than I could do. But I think we were interested in having some lay trustees on the council as well, just to get that broader advice. So we're really excited to have Phoebe join us. She went through a very challenging selection process. And then all of the section chairs who are also on council, so they're listed there. I think a lot of them are in the room. And then finally, we have a few people who are invited to council, such as John Hutchinson, who's chair of our history committee, Pete Nellis, who is doing a fantastic job. He's deputy editor of the journal, so he's a really positive force in the journal, and he also is a sort of office liaison person, which means he goes down to the office at lunchtimes and eats cake with the staff and finds out how everything is going. So that's really useful role. And then we have a few people standing down. So Grace, who was the president, all the presidents have a term as vice president for 1 year after they've been president. So she's standing down now. Susan, who was vice president and has been co-opted onto the committee, she's standing down. And various other members who stopped being chairs now. But we'd really like to thank all of those people for all of their hard work in supporting the society and making it a going concern. So first, before we get right to the end, we'd like to just have a proposer and seconder. Happy to vote everyone onto council. Good. Okay, any other business from anybody? All right. Well, I have 2 items of other business. And Sally is just going to help me. First of all, it's for Susan, right? First of all, Susan, we would like to very much thank you. Susan's been involved with us as exec consec for education for a long time, and then as vice president, and then in various other advisory capacities. And she's done a really huge amount of work for the society. So it's a shame that you're well, thank you. It's just a small token say thank you very much, and thank you very much for all your hard work. I'm sure you'll be photo. You can't really go. She won't go. And then we have another surprise for somebody at the back of the room who has been with the society for 20 years, I believe. So this is Tor, you will all know very well if you do anything with the office, because she is really underpins a huge amount of what we do. She's the events director, and she's also involved in HR and the society, and she really has such a phenomenal knowledge of how to run meetings, how to really get organised, what we need to do. She tells us all what we need to do. You can't do that. Don't be stupid. You can't. That won't work. But she's brilliant. I mean, she really is a really, we appreciate you fantastically, because we all know we're going to get sensible, good advice, and things are going to run smoothly when you're involved. So, Tor, would you like to come up? Tor, yeah, Tor is a secret Star Wars fan, aren't you? No. it from me.
No, but actually, I'm going to hand over the Vice President.
Up and down like a yo-yo. I had no idea that was coming. Thank you very much. So I'm here as the vice president at the time that this award was given. So I've just to say a few words about our winner. So it is Dr. Robert Harneman, Bristol, who I don't know personally, but I've been reading, and he has a hugely impressive career. He's been in Bristol since 2007. He is a force microscopist and he's done a huge amount in the field. And I'm just going to read you a sentence so that because he's going to give a talk. So I'm going to read you a sentence that just shows the sort of achievements in the field. So he designed and built the world's first high-speed, non-contact, vertically oriented probe microscope, achieving remarkable resolution, imaging, molecular ultrastructure. And he utilized this in the world's first direct measurement of the spin momentum of photons, proving the existence of a fundamental quantum force. That sounds quite Star Wars to me. I think that's just amazing. And then he went on to build and design his own machines and has received some alert funding to build an AFM platform of his own design. So I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me that this is a fantastic achievement. But aside from that, I get a flavour of the character of Robert. He's very interdisciplinary. He's working with people. He's using his knowledge and his expertise on microscopy to reach across loads of different fields. And that's not easy because you've got the different languages of all those different disciplines. Thank you for that, Tricia, that thought. To kind of make sense of what people are trying to achieve in their research and to help to bring that to fruition. First of all, that takes a special kind of person, but also sometimes when you're working across all of those fields with lots of different people, you don't get the cumulative recognition of what you've contributed because you're doing a bit for this person and a bit for that group and a bit for somewhere else. So to take that and to not only be truly interdisciplinary, but to take that innovation and carry that through to this sort of culmination, I think is amazing. And on top of that, as if that weren't enough, to be able to champion the cause of RTPs and technicians in the University of Bristol, and also to champion teaching and passing on that information, especially during COVID and trying to find ways through. I just think it sounds like a remarkable individual. This prize is, and this award is for people who might not be eligible for some of the other awards. It's kind of badged as an unsung heroes award, but people who are absolutely fundamental, but maybe don't get recognition in other spheres. So as an ex-technician myself, I'm extremely proud to present the award to Robert in recognition of his achievements, and I cannot wait to hear your talk.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for such high praise. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Society for the acknowledgement that that award represents, and the trajectory change it has made to my career at Bristol. I manage the atomic force microscopy facility in the School of Chemistry, and I'm going to be talking today about the importance of visibility in microscopy. Interesting. Right. Okay, fine. Nope. There we go. Sorry. I'm going to break the talk down into contexts, talking about my background in microscopy and the facility that I run. I'm then going to talk about new advances that have come since receiving the award and how it's helped in those. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the changing landscape of research culture and where the VP award is part of that. I'm also going to throw this image up just very quickly. It's not an AFM image, as you all will know, and it's not even a particularly good one, but it is, I feel, an important one that has come out of our facility. I'll go into more later. So I started my career in microscopy in the Bristol Nano Group, run by Mervyn Miles. He was, or is, an incredible microscopist, and he had an amazing attitude that, why don't we just try it? Anything that you wanted to give a go, he was always on board, and he'd always provide the resources for you to explore and see what you could generate. And whilst there, I developed the vertically oriented probe microscope, which involves a cantilever being perpendicular to the surface rather than horizontal. For those who know AFM, usually it's a horizontal scanning. And it works by dipping the very tip of that cantilever into hydration layers at a surface about 2.5 angstroms thick. And from putting that in an evanescent field, you can scatter from that tip and you can see sub-nanometer motion. So if you give it a tiny dither, as it goes into more layers, you see more force, and that way you can extract the surface mechanics. This was with Merv and Dr. Massimo Antognozzi, who'd initially designed the first system that we started working on. And during my PhD and in the following years, we've used that across numerous different projects, looking in different fields. Although it was initially designed as a high-speed non-contact system, it turned out one of the most interesting and innovative things about it was the optical feedback mechanism. That meant that you could approach a surface and tune your scanning plane a bit like an optical microscope. You could just approach the sample, and that way you could avoid large objects and you can pick out very fine detail. In this case, the scanning plane's being tuned down onto DNA, which initially you just see the very top parts of the DNA, and then as the plane's lowered, you start to pick out more and more detail. This was then applied to self-assembling cage nanoparticles. So these are designed for drug delivery. So peptides can be functionalized differently on the outside and inside. And proving that there was a hollow element to them and that the structure was forming in the correct way, we could lower the scanning plane directly onto the top of these particles and pick out those hexagons. We also applied it to electrochemistry, scanning the plane at a constant height from the surface. As the shear force changes, as copper nuclei form on a surface, you could start to pick out individual starting points without disrupting them with the tip. And that meant that we could characterize the smallest stable nucleus before it, because they tend to dissolve and redissolve. And we were then able to also see 2D coalescence as the nucleation points moved across the surface to combine. And this is my personal favorite, which you mentioned earlier, which is the Belenfante momentum. So spin momentum was something he had conjectured 75 years ago, that the spin state of photons would mean that there's a force perpendicular to the direction of a beam of light. We adapted our microscope to cross two evanescent fields, and it's beautiful from its simplicity, because essentially when the spin is in one direction, the cantilever will tick in one direction, and when it's in the other, it shifts the other way. So it made a very complex quantum phenomenon, which I didn't fully understand the mathematics of. I'm not a quantum guy. Suddenly relatable, and you could see directly in front of you what was happening. And we have developed that further and further and simplified the system. So now master's students can measure that force and get it all set up and running in the space of about 10 minutes. Right, and from that, I moved in 2012, I took charge of the atomic force microscopy unit in the School of Chemistry. And I moved to chemistry because it's where there were a load of questions for me. I could see that there were a lot of different research groups tackling different things, diamond, micelles, all sorts. And I knew that microscopy could help them better understand their systems. So since then, I've grown the facility to work with all faculties across the university. It underpins researchers in over 20 different research groups, holding in excess of 35 million in funding. And it increases the impact of their research, both because it gives insights that you can't get any other way, but also because of that relatable nature of microscopy, that you can explain what's happening to editors, reviewers, and other researchers in very relatable ways. And as such, the AFM facility has become a bit of a sort of melting pot of different ideas. We've used self-assembling micelles to template nanodiamond, all sorts of things that wouldn't naturally have crossed over. We were able to see where they would interlink. And this is a brief summary of some of the research projects that we've done over the last 12 years. There's actually a lot more, and each of them really deserves a presentation in their own right. I mean, some of these are huge research areas. I mean, proto-life over here is a whole large section of our university. But the important part was that in the facility, we could not only use various different modes of microscopy, because that's the part of the beauty. Because you're touching at the nanoscale, you can apply all sorts of experiments you would normally do at the macro scale at the nanoscale, and suddenly that understanding just blossoms. And in our facility, we always, again, will give something a go. So we always find a way to find what people need, whether that involves using commercial microscopes or adapting microscopes to new questions. So that's one of the things I spend a lot of my time doing. And yes, that's led to publications. Now, the School of Chemistry itself has been an amazing environment for this. It's given me an opportunity to work with numerous different people, and it's allowed my network of different links to grow. And the thing that I started to discover was that they're all interconnected. So this is something that the university website manages to generate for you, but it just shows how many of these people are able to actually interact with each other, as well as through the AFM facility, which means that you're having a huge impact from every little input you have. But as was mentioned earlier, it's underpinning that research. So the visibility isn't high beyond your immediate colleagues. And that's where the Vice President Award came in. Suddenly, there was a bit of a moment of calm. it gave me a moment to reflect and say, oh, actually, quite a lot has been achieved in this facility. We've contributed in so many different directions, generated a lot of new research, and it suddenly made me more visible. All of my colleagues across the university who I work with directly are incredibly supportive. They're all amazing. But beyond that, I was always sort of in those shadows, and this award suddenly brought me forward. And that then gave me confidence to start knocking at doors that I thought weren't for me or weren't directions I should be following. I mean, as you might be able to tell from my presentation, I don't often emerge from the lab. I'm usually down there doing science or, you know, talking one-on-one, generating projects. That's where I'm strongest. And with that confidence, I decided, well, it's time to get to work again and use that visibility, use that platform to try and generate new research, try and generate a whole new way of doing what I do. And that's when I applied for the BBSRC alert, because I wanted to have new cutting edge research in the facility. And for that, I needed new cutting edge equipment. Previously, I worked with what I had and I adapted it. This allowed me to think, well, no, now actually I need something new, something that lets me build new things. And this is the pathway I followed, which I recently presented at a technicians conference at the university to help other people try and follow a similar path. And the supportive nature of chemistry meant that I had already been partway along this process. I had been working on trying to get some internal funding and had gotten so far. But as soon as I had the Vice President award, I felt, no, I'm going to aim bigger. I want to have more impact. I want our facility to grow further. I want us to be able to do new things. And so I went back and started the application to the BBSRC. Talking about visibility, I really want to emphasize these two people. They were my champions in this process. They mentored me through the application process because, again, I live in the lab. I don't often go through research councils and other things. It's not the thing I know. But they took my hand and they guided me through it and they helped me hugely. Both in writing it and also talking to the right people to make them more receptive to the concept of a technician talking to them about what he wants to do. And the result was a success. We received over £1 million of funding to build a new AFM technology platform. This over on the left is not it, because it doesn't exist yet. So it's the closest I could get. It is going to involve a Nano Wizard 5 AFM. It's going to combine AFM with fluorescence, hollow cantilevers for nano injection and manipulation, Raman spectroscopy for chemical analysis, and cell adhesion for long-range force measurements. So we'll be able to characterize from the very nanoscale with force curves all the way up to tissue and hard materials like steels. And it makes Bristol a centre for correlative AFM, the key being the crossover of different microscopy techniques. We were chosen, one, because of the range of different experiments that are done in my facility. That interdisciplinary nature means that I could pool over 40 researchers across the entire university and beyond into this single application, showing that we were going to have impact all over the shop. It was an endorsement of that research, and it was also noted that they were funding it as part of the development of the UK skill base. And we were actioning, or Bristol was actioning the technician commitment through supporting me in putting in this application. I've been told since that apparently I'm the first research technical professional at the university to secure significant equipment bid. And again, this is just a quick graph to show the importance of that correlative microscopy. the number of projects which need numerous capabilities all in a single locale on that sample show how that allows that deeper understanding of people's research. And of those 40, I thought I'd throw up a few of the flagship projects that we'll be working on, which involves engineered tissues, protocells from our proto-life research, plant vaccination through carbon dot DNA nanoplexes, looking at the biomechanics of cell migration and the electrostatic fields around insect sensors, which is taking quite a lot of tweaking of the microscope to get that one working. So this is one example of those with Dr. Helen Weavers, where we're going to study the change in cells as they migrate. This one is proto-tissue. So these protocells have been preloaded and enzymatically are triggered to release a cargo. And this is self-assembled peptides influencing synthetic cells and changing their morphologies. They generate a fibrillar structure. So the landscape of research is changing. There's a larger acknowledgement of the foundation provided by skilled expertise. And although chemistry, and the Vice President Award is a key part of that, that visibility is important. The more people see us doing it, the more people realize how important and underpinning all of that work is. And chemistry has led the way in Bristol. As I said, I'm the first RTP to achieve a grant like this. But Bristol itself is a great environment for that change. It was one of the first to sign the Concordat, support the career development of researchers. It's a lead signatory to the technician commitment. And we're generating a new research culture in the university through recently the appointment of a pro-vice chancellor for research culture, and then the establishment of the research culture committee, whose job it is to ensure that the research is diverse, that it is supported, and that everyone in the university is included, not just the traditional academic pathway. So part of that is empowering staff and students through leadership, providing a range of stable career opportunities, and embedding diversity in research. So that's one that I've become a lot more active in since receiving the award, as I've been made technical research director at the university. And that means that I manage or work with the Research Technical Professional Network. So the award has given me a platform to help others within the university follow a similar path. I've had quite a few people approach me in the last couple of weeks asking for advice on grants that they want to put in. I now sit on committees at the university, so that's part of our new research culture, is making sure that technical professionals and those people in support roles are actually present in these meetings. And that's a path I'm trying to strengthen. So on the note of visibility, I wanted to highlight the Science Partnership Office at Bristol. They work very hard in the background as well. They have innovative ways of supporting early career researchers and people such as myself. And one of those was the Exploratory Facilities Fund. The idea is that they provide very small amounts of seed funding for early career researchers who can't get those initial preliminary results from a facility, because they can't get their first grant if they can't show that they either know their field or that it might work. So that is just an example of a few of the projects that have been enabled by that. And this change in culture is on a larger scale. It's a national thing. In the BBSRC alert that I applied to, 30% of the awarded grants went to bids led by research technical professionals. And they're also running a large campaign to advertise the importance of RTPs. Also, the EPSRC has just funded 2 million towards the Excited program, which is across the GW4 and is designed to help with the development of research technical professionals. It's to give, again, greater visibility, but also give space. For people who are usually working in a lab, you don't often get the time to go off, say to a meeting like this, because there's a lot of research going on. So there's a lot of unique things that they're coming up with, such as talent pools across the universities and bursaries to allow people to become more engaged for more technical research or more technicians to get involved in the sort of discussions that will help us as a body grow. Now I'm getting back to this guy. So this image was from a set of samples that were being run by work experience students. They were year 10s who had come into the imaging facility to get an experience of what it's like to be a technician. We've run various campaigns to try and, in the university, to try and advertise the technical career path as an actual career. Not that when I first went into the facility, a lot of academics came to me and were saying, "Oh, don't do that, you'll be trapped." But it isn't trapped. But at the moment you generate a path. What I want is for that to be a better acknowledged path for everyone who goes into it. And engaging students like this is one of those ways. And this in particular was an important image because they had learned techniques, they'd learned how to do some things in the lab and they'd enjoyed it. But when they came across this, so behind that is a diamond film. And there's really nice grains, all sorts of cool things to see. And they'd slowly gotten that out of the mist on the SEM. And then they saw this guy and they were fascinated. It's a grain of dust. There's nothing from my perspective that's interesting about that at all. And when I told them, I was kind of, they're going to lose all interest. But no, they suddenly were electrified and they wanted to know more. They wanted to work out. So they zoomed in, they looked at all different bits. They were trying to work out, well, what is this dust? And they started discussing amongst themselves, what sort of chemical analysis can we do with the EDX? Things like that. And suddenly there was a better understanding of the scale that they were looking at and the things they were seeing. And I think that's the beauty of microscopy. I think it provides a way for people to understand things. And this is a bit of detail about that STEAM technical work experience that we were running. It should become an annual thing. And yeah, it was very popular. And again, the feedback from the students was that they better understood, and they also better understood what the role entailed. So they understood that actually you can be hands-on with the science. You don't have to sort of necessarily follow an academic path. You can be in that support role and still be valued. And yes, I just want to thank you again for giving me this award and giving me this platform to talk about my philosophy, which is essentially that microscopy is a gateway to understanding. And I hope we harness that more in the future to engage future scientists. Thank you. Almost got away. Not yet, but we're developing a new form of piezo-resistive microscopy and the electrostatic force microscopy on the bees. I was hoping we might publish that. The vertical one, it is fiddly. So in that, I had to design and fabricate my own cantilevers. So, I mean, I did it with James Vickery, who's now in charge of New Nano, the AFM probe company. But that it is awkward to align, but that's part of what Massimo and I are still doing, is we're refining it to make it easier, which is why those students could measure the spin momentum. Whereas before, the first time we did that, I think it took us 2 months to manually move stuff with blue tack and other things to get it aligned. Whereas now it's all like stick slip and very cool. So yeah, it's.
Yes, so very inspiring. Thank you. I was wondering, from the journey that you've presented, what in your view is the main enabler to have people who can be in the lab all the time, but start, feeling empowered enough to lead transformations themselves, as opposed to hope that somebody higher up will make this transformation happen, right?
Yeah.
What this mindset change in a way. If you had to give advice to somebody, if you go to another university and there is a facility and there is a technician there, what would you tell them to do? And what do you think the university needs to do to enable this to happen?
Can I cycle back a couple? Well, probably more than a couple. Sorry. Okay, so I would say that the first point is the awareness of need. The more people you're working with and the more academics you can get engaged with you who see the value in what you're doing, the easier it is for you to start navigating the funding landscape that you might not be familiar with. They'll see, they are your allies, and they will see what benefits their research, but also what benefits you overall. Also important is being aware of the opportunities. So that's one of the things I do now as technical research director where I am, is I act like a school research director. I go through all of the funding calls and so on and point out to RTPs at our university what ones are most likely to be useful to them. I need to point out that isn't just me, I'm co-director, so there's 2 of us working on that now. And then it's your allies, your champions, and your experts. So your colleagues who you work with and your academics, they're your allies. Champions, I pointed out, for me, that was Craig, that was Caroline. It was people who were in the infrastructure of the university, knew that infrastructure, and could see the value of what I was generating. So put a case together and talk to them, and that will help. And most importantly is visibility. Again, the more you are seen in places and the more you are seen doing stuff, like we quite often will stay focused in that lab, but there is funding out there to attend conferences and present your own stuff. It doesn't always have to be a PhD student who's presenting what you've done as part of their talk. You can go out yourself and do it. So I think it's that visibility, allies, champions, and experts. Not yet, I wouldn't say. I don't exactly have a team. I'm part, so the AFM facility is part of the chemical imaging facility. We have my equivalent, who's an expert in electron microscopy. And I'm trying to encourage and help him to start applying for grants as well for various things that he wants to explore with people. And so there is a team, actually. No, the RTP network is a team. They're not in the AFM facility, but actually as a body together, we are the ones who are underpinning all of that research. We're the foundations and the continuity of what happens at the university. So yes, no, actually there is a very big team, and it's growing all the time because more people keep joining it. And it's all about us helping each other.
One last one. Yeah, Robert, absolutely outstanding thing, and great that you kind of rise above the this just the serving to the people. It's incredible, really. So, question is from your correlative microscopy, right? Because we all kind of interested in the cross correlation between the IFM and between the electron microscopy and optical microscopy, which each contributes to each own, right? For example, IFM measures physical properties, while light microscopy measures different. How much? Can you do any percentage, say, how much of this in this set is of AFM, of electron and optical microscopy?
In the new system, or
Yeah, it's the new what you do.
so direction of that. There we go. So this is actually a bit of a breakdown of the need for the different aspects. Well, top left is a breakdown of the different aspects of the microscope. Top right is how many different combinations, or how many different projects require specific combinations of multiple techniques. So, for example, some, or let's, yeah. So we're going to be looking at cancerous mammary tissue. In that one, we are going to be using the fluorescence to actually visualize. We are then going to use the new AI, the Brunel AI hub, to help us generate software to identify key crossing points and branches within that branching organ. And then the AFM is going to be able to locate, take force measurements over various different length scales. So you can do individual force curves. We're going to do full tissue compression. So there we're going to be using the cell adhesion. We're going to be using the fluorescence. I think the Raman's essentially in that one. But it will be in the stem cell research, where we've looked previously at how stem cells, again, this is where I come from, calcify when put near, say, dentine or other bone-like constructs. There we'll be looking at that calcification process and how they change.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thanks, Ava.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have one quick question. You prefer the biological sample or chemical sample? I'm joking. Go for it. Thank you again, Robert. What a cracking start. That was really cool. I'd just like to point out, though, just something else. I love the acknowledgements at the bottom for the funders. So it's gone from the physical sciences to the biological sciences, even with the commercial input. And I think it's really empowering to see just how the RMS medal has really helped to that career. And actually, the technicians' commitment, there's a lot of call out to the technicians' commitment and how that's enabling things. And actually, the RMS was one of the first non-academic signatories for that. I think so. Actually, George, you're in the room somewhere, and Alex Sossy sitting together. That's quirky. Okay. Actually, we really drove that forward to make sure we were part of that process and helping push it. But there's not a better example in the room. So, Robert, brilliant again. Thank you. I should now pass over to Sally, who's going to talk about ambassadors.
I said it was going to get off to a start. It might all go horribly wrong now. So, hi everybody, and thank you for just giving me a couple of minutes just to talk about one of the things that I've been working on over the past year, and hope to do so with our lovely new PIP student, Malika, who's here today. Malika, just raise your hand. Thank you. Malika will be working on delivering for you a very brand new, refreshed ambassador program. So at the moment, the RMS has ambassadors, and that's great. But one of the things that I did when I first started a year ago was to speak to many of you, to lots of our members, and say, you know, what needs changing about the RMS? And one of the things that you said, and one of the most violent responses, I think, was from Maddie Parsons, who said, it's rubbish, you've got to change the ambassador system at the moment. We could do with a little bit more work. I'm paraphrasing Maddie. But essentially what we've done is take that ambassador program and just look at what we're actually offering our members, and to try and refresh that offering and provide a lot more support from the RMS. So what you'll see with the new program when we launch it is that it will be a lot less kind of macro and more delivering work for the RMS on a local basis with kind of my vision, I suppose, is little RMS hubs of ambassadors across the country and also internationally as well, who will really help us to spread the word about the RMS, to raise our profile, but also to help their own careers. So one of the things that we struggle with in the committees, I think, is that once you finish your term of office, we never want to lose you because you're willing and valued members. And so we feel that the ambassador programme is either a nice prelude to your career with us at the RMS, or the nice kind of finishing, the medal that you get at the end for sort of serving so long on a committee for us. So when that pack is shared with you all, I'd really encourage you all to take a look at it and see if there's any way that you would consider becoming an ambassador for the RMS, either whilst you're, you know, on a section, or whether you stand on the periphery of the RMS. We want to increase the reach of our ambassadors and provide you with the resources that you'll need. So that's about it, because it's meant to be a bit of a taster, and open that email and read that news about the briefing, and please, please, please get in touch with us, because we want to bring you in, and then we don't want to lose you. And hopefully you'll see that the ambassador programme does just that. I think that's me. Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I have to wait for the mic. So what does the ambassador program then specifically entail? What,
Yeah. So
if you become an ambassador, what are you doing?
So currently, we're not really providing our ambassadors with much of a remit. It's really to talk about the RMS when you're out at events. What you'll see now is the briefing pack will contain media resources so that you can just, within your own network, share details about whatever's going on with the RMS at all, but also some helpful kind of social media platforms that you can use on our behalf. And also we're hoping to run annual networking events for all of our ambassadors. And there will be an expectation that you will, within your local communities, run some outreach work, and also deliver some courses, events, conferences within your locality, kind of trying to encourage recruitment and retention of our membership. So all that will be within the pack. And there'll be links to help support you. There'll be a kind of a support group, as it were, for all of the ambassadors, so that we can share best practice and come together at that annual networking event. So that is it in a nutshell. Yeah.
Very good, because most people won't read their mail.
I know where you all live. I know where the bodies are buried now. I'm going to come and make sure. Frozen, so I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so the nice thing about the AGM is we get to celebrate the different sections, and actually it's been really exciting over the last couple of years, how vibrant the sections have become, very proactive. So actually it's a real good time. It's just 10 minutes, but I think we've got 4 or 5 on the hop. But I think you'll see just how much activity is going on within the society aimed at those specific groups. Actually, our first one is for the early career group. It's Liam to come up and talk about what they've been up to. It's a really good time to celebrate all the activities that these sections have been delivering for all of us. Liam.
Thanks, Pete. Hello, everyone. So this is my last official engagement as chair. Well, it's not. Okay, you'll need to bear with my face while we sort the slides. So maybe I can start off with my report. Well, the slides are drifting up. Oh, no, they're here. Okay, good. Okay, awesome. So I think most of the early career committee are in the room, and to those of them who are not, are maybe online, and I have no apologies for absence. The minutes are online from the last meeting, and I don't think we have any matters arising. Yeah, it's fine. So I'll go ahead and read the Super. Okay, so after what seems like both
Yeah, sorry.
no, it's okay. After what seems like both an age and a fleeting moment, my term as chair of the Early Career Committee is at an end, and it leaves me with my final duty to deliver this report. However, before diving in, I'd like to start by extending a warm welcome to the new members of the committee who've joined over the last 12 months or will be joining as of now. That extends to Niamh Burke, Zoe Barr, Joanna Cull of Tenzi Mackey, Dana Perry, Stephen Servin Gonzalez, Madeline Cece, and Gia van der Kerkhoff. So these fresh perspectives and energy will be invaluable as the committee continues to grow and deliver new initiatives for ECRs across the RMS community. Of course, as we welcome new members, we must say a heartfelt thank you to those whose terms are coming to an end. So thank you to Yang Ping Gao, to Laura Clark, to Emma McDermott, to Shelley Conroy, to Akash Barambia, Shuri McMahon, Stefania Marcotti, Irene Del Molino Del Barrio, Marcus Yo, for their outstanding commitment and contributions to the committee, in many cases since its founding years. Each of you have left a lasting impact and helped deliver great opportunities for young scientists across disciplines and career stages, so thank you. One of the highlights of our calendar is the RMS Early Career Award. Following a surprise nomination from a mystery member, I will find out who you are, I withdrew completely from the organisational process this year to make it an unbiased and open judging process, and I'm happy to see it's come to fruition so smoothly today. Thank you to all of those who've been involved in organising and judging the award, both from the committee itself and from the RMS Exec Committee, and your work has ensured its continuing success, and it's an honour to be celebrated and celebrate with other early career researchers through this prestigious recognition. This year's ELMI conference, held in Liverpool in June 2024, was another major success of the early career crowd of the RMS. What's been a year that's made this particularly exciting is the involvement of ECRs in the co-organising of the committee, mentored by much more established academics. So this was a really enjoyable initiative to be involved in, and even if it was forcing me against my will to stand in front of 600 people and do a Beatles-themed tribute act in Liverpool, and that's part of the reason I'm standing down as chair, actually. So this is a really enjoyable and really fruitful meeting, showing the cutting edge science at the leading front of imaging and microscopy, and it's really inspiring insight to see what the future of microscopy looks like. On an international note, I'm pleased to report that our ties with the Microscopical Society of America's student chapters have strengthened over the last year, and this continues to grow, and we now have international representation across societies, with Nishita Kaza leading dialogue with our American colleagues. This is an exciting step to broaden our reach and impact globally. Additionally, the RMS's collaboration with the Microbiology Society continues to flourish and grow, and I'm particularly excited about 2 microbial-themed sessions at next year's MMC, which are being co-organised by early career microscopists and microbiologists. This kind of cross-disciplinary partnership is exactly what we need to continue pushing the boundaries of science. And as the committee continues to grow its activities, I'm excited to see these new opportunities over the next 12 months. In March, we had our first series of in-person committee meetings in Sheffield, where many of the RMS science sections overlapped. We overlapped with the DIME committee and identified key areas for growth and collaboration, and I'm excited to see the legacy of those meetings unfold. Finally, our activities would not be possible without the incredible team at the RMS and the support that they provide. I'd like to thank the RMS for their tireless support, their organisation, their dedication to keeping the society running smoothly. A special thank you to Sally, whose commitment to the Early Career Committee and overwhelming support has been invaluable over my tenure and since you joined. Jade, for your brilliant organisational skills and always keeping me on track, telling me where I need to be and when, and always making sure that the minutes are up to date and that there's a positive, encouraging environment at committee. I also want to thank our Deputy Chair, Becky Salib, for her unwavering dedication to the committee, and I'm sure you'll continue to drive that and support the committee's activities after I'm out the door. To all the other RMS sections, to the Journal, to the InFocus team, the Exec Committee, the RMS Council, your support over my tenure has been really galvanising, and I really deeply appreciate your continued backing for early career scientists. Finally, thank you to the committee themselves. So many of them are in the room, some of them are not, but all of them have worked tirelessly over the last 4 years. And your drive, time, dedication, and platforming and championing other ECRs across the imaging landscape is truly something to be proud of. I've had the privilege of working with all of you and dozens of talented and energetic early career researchers over my time, and each of them has given up their own time for free to serve their community. I sincerely mean it when I say that this network has been transformational, and I hope that we can continue to work together as the time goes on. Now, I'm stepping down. I'm moving to a vice chair position for 12 months, and I'm excited to see a new chair take my place in the form of Catherine Payne. So some of you will know Catherine as the previous winner of the RMS Early Career Award in 2022. She's also a postdoc at the University of Edinburgh. And Catherine, I don't doubt that you'll bring fresh energy and vision to the role, and I wish you all the best. I'm excited to see the next chapter under your leadership. So that does kind of summarise a lot of the things, so I'll rocket through these slides. The committee nominations are for Catherine as new chair, myself to move to vice chair, and Becky to continue as deputy chair. There's been no other nominations. I hear no screams of objection. We'll take that as a pass. Committee nominations are listed over the next 2 slides. So you can see these names up here and here, many of which I've read through. No other nominations received. No objections. Very good. Any other business? No? Good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Liam, and thank you very much for serving on that committee and leading it so well. Congratulations. Next up, we have Oleg. Okay, for an upview of the AFM SPM and their annual general report.
Yeah, that's probably become a tradition because I also stepping down. So that, and yeah, it's AFM and SPM. Yeah, okay. If you do this. Okay. Yeah, so AFM and SPM section kind of grew up over the kind of this 4 years when it was through COVID, right? So for there we had like bumps over the MMC and everything, but like effectively that was pretty good expansion of the section itself, both within UK and also internationally there, right? We had like very good symposia, right? So we had an excellent MMC 23, so therefore where we had a very good selection of speakers and kind of check it from which countries, from UK, Denmark, Netherlands, Germany, Ireland, Canada, USA. And this was like pretty impressive conference there. We also awarded Marion Miles received the award as an honorary fellow. So, and you already saw from Robert Harriman, so how strong the MERF made an impression on the AFM and other microscopies in UK and in the world, right? So we also had award to Andres Centrone in AFM area, so who effectively combined the optical spectroscopy and scan probe microscopy across the border of different microscopies there. And also there's Scientific Achievement Award to him and also to Alice Pine, so for the FM and SPM awards. So for something where you can really see the DNA with its nanomechanical and structural properties in the real environment, something which is other microscopies cannot do with the resolution which can do with the FM and SPM. So we also like, it's my pleasure to congratulate Sohinika Karnarayan from University of Cambridge. So she is the winner of the 2025 FM and SPM section of RMS Award, and also we hear a bit more like today about something linked with FM. So what I would like to say that FM and SPM is getting pretty interesting place in the microscopy because it really can measure the physical and chemical properties on the nanoscale. In most cases, it does only on the surfaces, as opposed to like other microscopies, like light microscopy. But to measure the physical properties like thermal conductivity, electrical conductivity, to measure, for example, mechanical properties, something which other microscopies cannot really do. So therefore, that's why what Robert Harriman said about the correlative microscopies, when you can actually combine the properties of all of them together, that's great. We tried at the MMC to have like joint sections, and hopefully kind of the new chair, which I will introduce in a second, will be kind of eventually will do the joint section between the light microscopy, for example, in an FM or FM and electron microscopy, where there is a good overlap with the spatial resolution there. So regarding the meetings, so what we had a very good also meeting in this year in Durham, organized by Kislon Wojtkowski and Ming Don Dong from Aarhus University from Denmark. It was excellent 3-day meeting where we have kind of is the other biennial meeting, sort of in between the MMC, sort of that gives the very good platform international for the very good speakers and for a lot of invited and contributed talks there. So therefore, that's also was an excellent occasion there, right? So therefore, it's kind of section is flourishing. So therefore, we have effectively this year only one member kind of steps completely down. Laura Fumagalli also received like some award recently on the for her scientific achievement, and and we really thank all section members for the really very active contribution to this. So we welcome new members, which is Amir Farouk Payam from Ulster University, and Dalia Yablon from the from her company Surface Char Characterization LLC in USA, and Robert Hanneman, so who will be now also in our section, which really kind of enjoying the diversity of this. And so what we have, so if I go with the section, if I hope to do this like this, okay. So therefore, it's Jamie Hopes was nominated as a chair. So he's from University of Sheffield, and he's absolutely outstanding activity in the biological FM. And also the Kristina Rusimova is more in the more, I'd say, physical and in material science applications. And I will step down as a chair, will be the vice chair for a year, just watching, trying to help as much as I can for the for the smooth transition there. But these are really very valuable members, and Jamie Hobbs was the deputy chair for last 4 years, also through all this COVID time and everything. So it was an excellent kind of team of us. So for the members, the committee nominations is, as you see here. So for the new members is Amir Fayam. So for the do we have this? Yeah. So it's Robert Hanneman, right? So Dalia Yablon. And I know Dalia, so she was working with Dow Chemical. I used to work in the States for a while. And she was working in Dow Chemical and doing the FM and microscopic characterization. But now she moved to set up her own company. And if there are any objection to this, I don't see any shouts, right? So for that, finally, what I would like, so then we approve the new members of the committee. And of course, I would like to say thank you to everyone, right? So for in our committee, also RMS, like everyone, right? So really who was extremely helpful in organizing the meeting, running the committee, and transferring the knowledge of FM to the wider community. And really wish good luck, right? So with all the Peter and Sally and all kind of RMS team in the really reshaping the society, right? So in the international roles. And also like on the final note, if you look at different societies in the world, because I contacted several, Canada, Japan, China, contacted the USA. So we are the most efficient group with the FM and SPM section worldwide. So that's why we have the pretty good representations from worldwide people in the area there. Okay, and thank you very much. Thanks for society for everything.
Oleg, thank you very much, and thank you for all your efforts and energy into that section of your years of serving it as chair. So thank you. Next up is actually, we heard about Catherine coming in from early careers as an RMS award winner. The next chair is actually also a former award winner. So Robert, be careful where you end up, because there seems to be a lot of award winners taking over as chairs. So Karen, come up. You won the inaugural, I think, for flow cytometry. Scientific Achievement Award. But don't worry for those who've got Scientific Achievement Awards later. It doesn't mean you have to become a chair of a section. Okay. Okay, Karen, over to you for flow cytometry.
Thank you very much. So this is hopefully going to come along to the slides, yes. So this is also my last AGM as part of flow section chair, so there's a theme going on here. I just want to say thank you to all of the section members for the brilliant support and work that's gone on with the section, and also collaborating with the RMS team members for events and activities throughout. Been a brilliant team and got a lot done. So in terms of the report for this year, we've run a lot of courses for flow cytometry that have been hugely successful, both in a virtual format as well as in an in-person meeting. So the most recent of that was the RMS flow course that we ran in York in September, and that was fully subscribed this year, which was excellent news. So thank you to all those people that promoted that course and spoke about it to peers, because it was great to have all seats taken on the clinical and the research side. And big shout out to the clinical organisers for that as well, that have worked hard to get the clinical participants within that. And if you want more details, then happy to talk about that later. So the meetings this year have been a mixture of in-person and in hybrid. And then one of the highlights was the joint meeting that we had with the life science section. And thank you hugely to those that took on at fairly short notice a lead role in presenting some facts and some information to facilitate the discussion that we had at that was really good. And following on from that, we did a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats analysis at the next meeting. And that will hopefully go alongside the survey that was done for training to really look at the community members on what people want for going forward in terms of actions from the committee. So thank you so much for everybody for participating in that discussion. I know Georgina, you gave a talk, and Liam and Bev, and I might just have to look here to make sure I get the right people, and Claire and Mark. Yeah, Claire Wells and Mark Rugby. So thank you to all of those. And also to Jade for pulling together brilliant minutes, as always, from that, because it was quite a brainstorming session of discussions, as we wanted it to be. So going onwards, then we also need to think about the committee members going forward. And I'm delighted to say that the new chair will be Yang Ping. So she's moved from one section to another. And so thank you very much, Yang Ping, for taking on the role. And hopefully together with the minutes and the discussion from that joint meeting, as well as the SWOT analysis and then the survey results, be able to go forward with the help of committee members and the RMS ambassadors and other members from the community. It is a joint effort to move things on, as well as the support from the RMS office to move things on from that. And so I'll be a vice chair, and then Barry from Dublin, Barry Moran, has agreed to be the deputy chair. So I think that will be a really good pairing with Yang Ping. So look forward to being part of that. And so other members of the committee, we've got Bev from Sony as a company representative. Rajiv is from a clinical background. We've got Phil from the CRIC, as well as Andrea from Aberdeen, and Katie from Purbright, a commercial representative, Radhika, and also from Hillary, more from a therapeutic lab discovery. So quite a mixed profile. So hopefully we should have a good series of expertise and context in the section to develop things forward with the ambassador programme and for activities going on. And we have an early career representative as well, new to the committee in Stephen. So I don't have any other business other than to thank the enormous support from the RMS team, and best wishes to Yang Ping. I'll be there as vice chair to help, and a huge thank you to those that have come off the committee this time. And so Gareth Howell, Derek Walker, Rachel Walker, Derek Davis, Jessica Black and Helen Ferry are all coming off committee. But Rachel and Derek, as Flow Cytometry UK members, are going to provide a link in terms of our society conference for the national input for flow cytometry to the meeting. So they'll be co-opted on to provide input and to hear discussion in terms of flow cytometry for that role. So I don't have any other business, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And again, thank you for all your efforts on that flow section that's become really vibrant and forward looking. And I think that mix of people on the committee, how that's changed so much since you came in, making it quite a fresh committee. So Karen, well done. Thank you very much. I think actually we've got Stefania.
Yeah.
There it is. To give the DIME annual general meeting. So Stefania, over to you.
Correct. Can you hear me fine and can you see my slides as well?
Looking good.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much.
luck.
All right, so I'm not the session chair and I am stepping in for Martin. It is the first time. Wait.
We just lost your slides.
Oh, interesting. Better now?
It's on presenter view at the moment, our end. It's back to you rather than we can actually see your name rather than the actual slides at the moment. Should we go with that, Stefania? Just run.
Is it better now?
Actually, drop out of that because all we can do, that's probably worse than actually seeing that slide deck. So just go with that. That's fine.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why is this happening. Happy Teams Day. Okay, so I'm stepping in for Martin. It is the first time I do chair duties. So if I forget something or if anything is mess up, please interrupt me. I know Maddie is in the room, Jade, whoever, just let me know. All right, so next up is I'm sure Jade will take note of any apologies in the note, and if there's nothing to be said about the last AGM note, I will keep going with Martin's report, which I'm going to give you in a second. So Martin's third year as a chair has seen continuing advances and coordination amongst image analysis communities around the world. There's been a definite focus among the broader community on the importance of training, both in the availability of courses and access to well-maintained and relevant training materials. The DIME section has been very active in this domain with the training working group led by myself and Dave Barry, myself as in Stefania, not Martin, driving the delivery of several courses in the UK and Ireland, with the materials being made publicly available. Knowledge garnered through these courses has also been shared by a preprint that was out last week, describing the process of delivering such training. The Bridging Image Analysis to Imaging Communities survey conducted in collaboration with the Center of Open Bioimage Analysis, COBA, and Bioimage Analysis North America, BINA, was published in the Journal of Microscopy. The DIME special issue of Journal of Microscopy was coordinated by Rocco D'Antuono, with several high-quality DIME-related articles being submitted. A further collaboration with COBA by a Company of Biology-funded workshop has led to another preprint entitled The Crucial Role of Bioimage Analysts in Scientific Research and Publication, emphasizing the importance and dedicated support of bioimage analysis in academic institutions, and proposing strategies to overcome current barriers affecting training, recognition, career paths, and other factors. The DIME event working group, led by Dale Moulding, successfully organized and ran a pair of Image.sc live around the world events in January and April, supported by a quick partnership networking fund. Based upon the widely used Image.sc online forum, where researchers can post requests for advice of any kind of image analysis. These live events were hosted on GatherTown across 3 different time zones: Europe and Africa, North and South America, and Asia, Australia, with local coordinators in each zone. The events were overall well attended by both attendees seeking advice and analysts offering help, and both events proved to be excellent opportunities for networking, with a particular emphasis on bridging Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere community beyond a more common Europe-USA networking. By using the image.sc forum and an existing virtual venue on GatherTown, further events can be deployed very easily. We are currently in touch to see if we can organize a third one, and they can use our established method, and the DIME committee hopes to run and support similar events in the future. We had a joint in-person meeting with the ECR, Leah mentioned already, done back in March, which we feel worked extremely well, since the current trajectory of many microscopy and imaging fields dictates that many early career researchers are facing shifting challenges in terms of data analysis, in terms of research, training, and also career progression. This year's RMS Award for Data Analysis in Imaging had several excellent nominations, which I'm very proud of, and it was assigned to Francisco de la Peña, winning for his fantastic contribution to HyperSpy, for this project specifically and the community at large. It was very satisfying to see the wide range of nominations that were submitted, highlighting the very active and collegial community that we're all part of. In terms of committee membership, Dale is stepping down and Laura Clark is joining. We will also be welcoming Dana Perry as the ECR committee representative. On behalf of the whole committee, I'd like to thank Dale for the work he has put down into the DIME committee and its predecessor, the Image Analysis Focused Interest Group, and we look forward to working with Laura and Dana on the committee. Finally, of course, I'd like everybody before me, to thank everybody at the RMS headquarters on behalf of the DIME committee for supporting our work, with special thanks to Jay and Sally. So I can move on to the officers. No changes here. So Chair Martin and Deputy is Alice. We received no other nomination. So the ordinary members are Peter, Dave, Laura, Stephen, Sean, Rocco, Alan, Catherine, myself, Leila, Eric, Constantino, Tom, and we welcome Dana for the early career representative. I don't believe there's any other business, and I didn't hear any shouting regarding people not agreeing with our new members. So I think my job might be done here, but let me know if I forgot anything, please.
Stefania, thank you very much, and thank you for covering today. That was a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. And finally, before lunch, we have one more, which is our ASA. Thank you for the electron microscopy and AGM.
Thank you. I was taken by surprise for some reason there. Maybe I was thinking about lunch. Okay, it's me next. So yes, as with many other chairs, this will be my last AGM to go through, last report, and we'll pick it up on the agenda. I did start to think, when all of these other chairs were coming up, maybe I need to create a mutual chair support scheme for exiting chairs. But if we go through the agenda, it's just to note point 1 and point 2. Just going to point number 3, we don't have any matters arising to consider. So just go through there. And let me spend some time to go through point 4, particularly as it's my last chair's report. Often as a chair, you want to say something significant at that point. There was considerable worry thinking where I am in the list here and if other chairs have said the same things I wanted to say. But I'll kind of structure it in a normal way. Obviously, the EM section is a very broad section. We have many different interests. activities that go on. And I think that's possibly highlighted when I reflect on the past year in terms of events and training events have been very core, very significant to a lot of activities that we've been doing. We had the electron microscopy summer school up at Leeds. So we had a bunch of intrepid electron microscopists of varying ability. We also had the event run by Chris down at Nottingham, All Things Cryo. Incredible. I still think this is an incredible event where it's very kind of technique type of development, but it's done in a very hybrid sort of way. And probably every year I say the same thing. I keep thinking it's not going to work, and hybrid doesn't work for sample preparation, surely. And yet loads of people turn up and have a great experience. And it's actually quite interactive how almost the agenda for the activities are all led by delegates, and there's a lot of feedback there. So I wanted to pick out that those sorts of events are really exciting, very engaging. We also had EM UK held earlier in the year at York. This incorporated the RMS EM lecture delivered by Alexandra Porter. Again, the meeting was very broad. If you pick out, the topic areas, it's things such as, discussions around EM community, guidance from major UK funders were there, careers, outreach sessions. We have various presentations, technobites, methodology type of sessions. So a real, this is a real broad, encompassing type of meeting. I always like to draw people's attention to, say, RMS sponsored type of events, and SEMT is kind of a traditional fall to the calendar year. It's kind of Microscopy's version of Panto in some ways. I feel, if you've ever gone to it, and I wanted to pick this out because. When I think for the last SEMT meeting, I picked out in the titles. I picked out some of the titles had the word Hitchhiker's Guide and horribly fun in the title. And I think it's a nice reminder to say that our discipline that we're in, imaging, microscopy, it is a joy. It's a very visual type of activity, and it's nice to be reminded, hopefully, on how engaging the type of work that we carry out, how engaging that work is. Hitchhiker's Guide and fun. That's a killer for citation metrics, and if you want to raise your H index, I'm sure. But we also had the RMS Beginners competition. The award winner was in thin films, but it was a strong field encompassing, again, which I think represents the EM section, lots of diverse type of disciplines from natural history to physical and life sciences. On the subject of awards, the section announced the Alan Agar Medal in electron microscopy that went to Kedar Narayan, based in the US. His work, FibSem and other volume EM technologies applied to cell biology. Again, a lot of correlative imaging, tool development, but we're seeing a lot more kind of deep learning, AI, machine learning type of activities that's kind of blurring the boundaries between what we'd say is traditional EM and other areas. So this is my final report as outgoing chair. It's absolutely been an honor to represent the section and the RMS over the past 4 years. And it's worth, I thought it's worth reflecting on those 4 years and where the section and where the RMS was 4 years ago. I think the section's been very active. It's worth picking out, and I'll probably go through it a little bit in maybe the next few points. But I did want to pick out that Becky's been great as a deputy chair, and it's not just me being the chair of the section and obviously the section committee, but I tried to form a partnership with Becky, and she was very, very important to that. And I absolutely look forward to Roland and Chris being the incoming chair and deputy. I'm confident the section will go from strength to strength in their capable hands. I wanted to reflect because I kind of give this report and it's sort of like, yes, this is business as usual. You know, we talk about maybe the journal, but all of these events. But if I reflect on where we were 4 years ago, it really didn't feel that way 4 years ago when I started as chair in the midst of lockdowns and COVID. You know, and it was. We had lots of thoughts in the RMS about how do we keep the community together? What is the community? All on the backdrop of probably, you know, companies closing down or staff being on furlough, dare I say it, trying to do the day job for me and others when kids were running around because school was closed and you were trying to give them an education. So it was a real different type of environment that we've kind of come through. And I kind of reflected on that because we did have questions on when the community, you know, how would the community kind of bounce back from this period? And you could kind of say, yes, we're running these events and yes, we're back to business as usual, back to normal. But I wanted to kind of pick out that we've adapted. I think the section has adapted and RMS has adapted. So when we talk about events, we're thinking much more now, and the events that I presented, we think much more about how can we make these events accessible? You know, what's the cost of an event? How can we reach out to different parts of our community? And we're having much more thought within the community. And I think the section has been thinking quite hard about this. And we've obviously had talks this morning from technical professionals. You know, certainly in previous years, the section, I'm sure we can recall Aaron's talks at previous MMC. So our community, you know, thoughts about industry. Peter, you mentioned it at the start. We had a section meeting in Sheffield, a joint section with EPMS, thinking about what's industry, who are industry. It's not homogeneous industry. So I think there's been a real reflection on what the community is and how we can engage effectively with it. And I'm very happy where the section is positioned. As I say, I wish Roland and Chris and the new section members the best of success. I'd also like to give a little bit of a call out to Jade, because she's had to manage me as the chair and she's been like super patient, and I'm amazed how she hasn't been shouting at me saying, answer my email, you idiot, you need to do it. So thank you very much for that, and that's my chair's report on that point. And if I go to the next item, yep. So we've got Roland incoming as chair, Chris as deputy chair. I obviously take up the vice chair position. No other nominations listed. We have committee nominations as listed there. Yeah, shout out or scream if you see your face up there and it's a surprise to you. And I want to say something about this. And obviously we have our co-opted members as well. But I think it's important to recognize over my 4 years period the efforts that all of the committee members have put in. Obviously, new incoming people, exiting people. But I'd also encourage as well, or remind committee members that some might have just, say, 1 year's experience on the section. And I think they'll obviously develop in the section and start to contribute in hopefully exciting ways as well. I haven't received any other business, so I thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Asa, thank you very much for that. And it is nearly lunchtime, but I think it's been really great to hear just how much activity is going on in all the different sections. And as Asa touched on, how they're evolving as well. And I think, you know, Alison's not here, is she, today? But you know, Alison Winton's setting a process of evolution and actually enabling Sally to come in and really make a change as well. So I think it's really great to have that support, and the office also evolving with the sections as well. You haven't heard from all the sections. Some of the other sections are talking at other meetings. You've got another one later as well. But on that note, I will say it is lunchtime. Okay, so go and enjoy lunch, and we're back here at 2:10. Afternoon, everyone. Okay, welcome back. Okay, those on joining us online, thank you for joining us as well. We'll start actually this session with the outreach report, which will be done by Kerry. Kerry.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming back from lunch. Okay, so this format follows the same as the others. So unless anybody has any issues with any of the top 3 items, the courtesies have been recorded. I'm presuming everyone has reviewed the minutes, and there are no matters arising. We will continue on to the report. Yeah, okay. So thanks once again for joining us here for this year's Outreach AGM. So over this period, we've worked on some new initiatives related to outreach, education and professional development, and I will discuss them amongst our other long-standing activities and programmes. At the end of the report, we have the pleasure of awarding the Chris Hawes Medal to Mark Pickering from University College Dublin for his substantial contributions to outreach, education and public engagement. So as you will have seen in the RMS AGM slides, we have lent out more than 105 microscope activity kits. This work is superbly facilitated by the excellent RMS staff and the team in Oxfordshire Employment and County Print Finishers. MACs remain ever popular within the primary education sector and are still very sought after at science festivals and fairs. We are continuing to work on an image analysis activity for schools, which is being led by Stephen Cross from the DIME section. He's working hard on various interactive controls, including graph and measurement functionality and the selection of regions and annotations within example data. As the ever-increasing importance and awareness of analysis skills in education becomes more and more apparent to our larger community, we hope that this initiative will spark interest in the field with younger generations. And a huge thank you to all who have been involved to date. The Hitachi High Tech America STEM Outreach Education Programme, the mouthful, led by Alex Ball and James Perkins, has remained extremely active over the reporting period also. For 23-24, the programme ran with 1 SEM. But despite this, there have been over 12,700 students from both state and private schools engaged since 2020. Analysis conducted on the programme data by Alex and James has revealed that there have been 34 loans to schools, 4 to museums, and the team have participated in 3 workshops, 2 conferences and 1 festival. Furthermore, the impact report delivered by our own professional internship placement PhD student Zoe Barr has demonstrated that participants engaged with the programme in a number of different ways, including individual student research projects, lessons and in-class demonstrations, along with demonstrations and workshops for partnering external schools. In an excerpt from this report, she notes, the best support for STEM education relies on the design of teaching practice, which provides the student with the most valuable learning opportunities possible. Pedagogical frameworks aim to incorporate the curriculum outcomes, address equality, diversity and inclusion, and inspire students with an enthusiasm for STEM. Once again, we'd like to thank Zoe for all her work and work on this report, and we look forward to the upcoming academic publication from the whole team. No pressure. The 10 current RMS diploma candidates are progressing really well through their studies. And thanks again to Susan Brooks for continuing her superb role as chair of the RMS Qualifications Committee, and to Marie Kukulski for supporting both Susan and Kate with the annual candidate progress presentations. We would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Adam Costin in Australia for completing his diploma. 6 RMS annual summer students were awarded projects this year in the fields of life, physical and multidisciplinary sciences. And congratulations to the awardees, and we hope you enjoyed your placements. We look forward to seeing your reports in Focus. The development of professionally accredited programmes, including but not limited to the Chartered Microscopist and Registered Technician, continues. Thank you to our new Chief Exec, Sally, for really driving this initiative forward over the past 12 months. This has been a multi-step process with involvement from the broader RMS committee, communities and members, along with the dedicated steering group, which is representation from our sections and those interested in this space. After an initial survey with almost 300 responses, it was deemed that the membership wanted the RMS to pursue this professional accreditation. The work began. We're pleased to say that the Privy Council, whose role it is to grant permission for keeping a register, have approved the schedule needed to develop this register. We anticipate that the steering group will develop the course content and curriculum within the next 12 months and will keep you updated as appropriate. Thank you to the steering group for your efforts to date, and I look forward to working with you on this exciting initiative and to seeing it through to fruition. Also, under the professional development and training remit, I would like to update you on the outcome of the recent RMS training survey. The survey has had over 500 responses with participants from the UK, USA, Australia, Germany, Spain and Ireland. Big thank you to the whole working group and also Georgina Fletcher for her excellent guidance in keeping us on mission and to task. Both the mentoring programme and the job shadowing initiative continue to be well availed of, with Bioimaging UK and the RMS now supporting a further 3 years' worth of opportunities. And thank you to the technician commitment and the technical specialist network as well for supporting the 2023 pilot. Finally, I'd like to draw your attention to the newly formed Microscopist profile page on the RMS website. This excellent work has been led by Saskia Bakker, and it's drawing attention to the variety of jobs, roles and careers in microscopy skills and the knowledge which is required. This page is not only useful for those of us in the field as a resource to direct undergraduate and graduate students towards, but also the larger community to really gain a better understanding of our collective diversity. I encourage you to submit your profiles to help us build our representation. Thank you once again to Lucy Riddler in the office for designing and implementing the page so excellently. So before we present Mark with his award, I would like to thank the Outreach and Education Committee members for their contributions throughout the past 12 months. It really has been a pleasure to chair this committee and contribute to shaping the larger RMS mission. None of this would be possible without the continued support of all the RMS staff who enable our efforts. A notable mention to Kate and Jess and Jade for keeping me and us all on track and to task, and for their friendship and general amazingness. And Sally, that first year flew. Thank you for your continued support and guidance and all your hard work. It feels like you've always been part of the team. Okay, so now I would like to present Mark with the award, but just prior to that, I just want to read a couple of comments from his group. So Niamh, as you saw in some of, I think it was Liam's presentation, will be joining the RMS Early Career Committee, and we're thrilled to have her there. And also I was delighted to see Barry Moran taking up the deputy chair. So it's great that the Irish community is getting to kind of be slightly more involved. We slowly take him over. Okay, so I want to just read a couple of notes from Mark's group. Mark is a fantastic science educator, not only because he's incredibly considerate and careful about how he goes about it and about what lessons he wants to leave people with, but because he genuinely believes that science is fun and that the scientific process is something that everyone should get a chance to explore. His focus as an educator is in giving people the tools and the confidence that they need to ask and answer their own questions to enjoy the process of science. When Mark engages in public outreach, it often feels like you're hearing an effortless story. Yet behind the scenes, every detail has been meticulously and intentionally created. Whether it's the way he stands when talking, Mark is quite tall and likes to get down on people's eye level, the language he chooses, or the impression he aims to leave people with, Mark is dedicated to tailoring each interaction to meet the individuals exactly where they are. This extends to his mentorship of his students from undergraduates to postgraduates. He has a unique ability to instill confidence, whether you're a student or a member of the public, making science feel accessible and achievable to everyone. Okay, so Mark, on those words, I would like to present you with this year's Chris Hawes Medal for Outreach and, no, medal, sorry, award for Outreach and Education. Okay, that's me done, nearly. We'll just go through the committee. The committee nominations are for me again as chair and Alex Ball as deputy chair, and the rest of our wonderful committee, as you can see listed here, which are very, very broad and diverse. And again, really, really wonderful to work with. There have been no other nominations, and if there's no other business, I will draw the AGM to a close. No? Can I tack the gavel? Thank you.
Terry, thank you. Okay, so now we've got our first talk of the afternoon. So we've got Julia Tonetti, Okay, coming up to talk about mechanisms of coated vesicle transport in early secretory pathway. It shows I can read this as well. Okay, but Julia, thank you very much for joining us today and looking forward to your talk.
Right. Okay, so thanks a lot for the invitation. It's great to be here. Thanks also, shout out to Austin at the back who totally saved me from a technical flop. So hopefully this will work. Okay, so I've been invited here to tell you a bit about electron microscopy. Actually, in the invitation, it was a topic of my choice. So I think that's quite broad. So what I'm going to tell you about is the work we've been doing over the years on the early secretory pathway. But I wanted to start from this slide, which is obviously a very redundant slide for all of you, and because all of you work on at some level of this scale. But I think it's useful to use this slide to point out why we use cryo-electron tomography and for the type of work that the type of questions that we are asking. And you all know that electron tomography is a technique that can get to the resolution of organelle and internal membranes of cells. If we are doing cryo-electron tomography, in addition to being able to visualize cells and cellular compartment, we can actually push the resolution by a technique that is called subtomogram averaging down to nearly the molecular atomic level. So this is the only technique across this imaging spectrum that can really go across the scales from atomic scale to the cellular scale. And so that's what we use. And okay, this is now frozen. Austin, help. It's totally frozen.
Oh, that's totally frozen. Expert.
As we could talk about cryo, yeah. Okay. Okay, so in my lab, we work on the early secretory pathway, which is the process that brings newly synthesized proteins from the endoplasmic reticulum towards the Golgi apparatus. And it's a fundamental process as it deals with about a third of our proteome in eukaryotic cells. And this includes most membrane proteins, secreted proteins such as hormones, immunoglobulins, and proteins that belong to the extracellular matrix, for example. And it's mediated by the action of a coat complex called the COP2 coat. So this is a soluble complex that assembles onto the ER membrane to do mainly two jobs. One is to induce membrane remodeling into coated vesicles, and two is to selectively recruit the cargo that needs to be transported inside these coated vesicles towards the Golgi apparatus. So we know quite a lot about how COP2 works from kind of early biochemical studies. So it's composed by 5 essential proteins. So this laser pointer is not great, but 5 essential proteins. So we have a small GTPase, SAR1. So this is a soluble protein, which when it's bound to GDP, when the nucleotide is exchanged from DP to GTP, it exposes an amphipathic helix that allows its insertion into the outer leaflet of the ER membrane and starts the process of recruitment of all the other coat components. So we have the inner coat here. Let me just try again with this laser pointer. We have the inner coat and the outer coat. So the inner coat contains also the cargo binding subunit. So that's where we have multiple cargo binding sites that will recruit cargo and cargo adapters into the coated vesicles. And then the outer coat here, it's in red, forms like a cage-like structures. You might be familiar with clathrin, for example, similar type of cage structure, which is thought to be the driver of membrane curvature. So the interesting thing about the COP2 coat is that, as I mentioned, the assembly process starts with the GTP binding onto the small GTPAs. And GTP hydrolysis is what eventually is required for the coat disassembly because these GTPAs detaches from the membrane. And the SAR1 is a very poor GTPase in itself, and its GTP hydrolysis activity is accelerated by its gaps. And the gaps are actually these blue protein here called SEC23 and SEC31, which are the components of the coat itself. So that makes it for a highly dynamic assembly and disassembly process, whereby as soon as the coat starts assembling, it starts triggering its own disassembly, which makes it quite hard to study from the structural point of view because it's not stable. So when I started, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to very briefly summarize some of the findings that we've done over the years and then spend a little bit more time on some more recent data and to finish off with some data that some work that is still quite in progress. So the kind of approach we have taken to understand how COP2 works has been initially an in vitro reconstitution approach. So this is kind of reconstituting the system with a minimal components. So we take, for example, in this example, we take membranes, giant unilamellar vesicles. So these are just naked membranes. The lipid composition is mimicking the composition of the ER, but there's no proteins there. And then we purify all of the COP2 components. We add a GTP analog, and we let the proteins do their job of assembling onto the membrane to create the coated vesicles. We take this reaction, we put it into the electron microscope, and we collect tomograms, cryotomograms of those. So here you can see this is a slice through a tomographic reconstruction. I assume I don't need to introduce what tomography is, but if I do, yeah, good. So this is a slice through a tomographic reconstruction, and you can see that we have membranes with coat around them. We have membranes of a variety of shapes and sizes, spherical, tubular. Actually, we have a lot more tubes in this case. I'll come back to that, than vesicles, which is great. It's great to be able to see what kind of morphology the coat adopts. But what we really want to understand are the molecular determinants. How do these coat proteins assemble, and how do they assemble to form such varied morphologies? And in order to do that, we apply subtomogram averaging. And I thought maybe this is something that this audience might be a bit less familiar with. So I thought I'd give a brief introduction on what it is. So the idea here, and this is a slide that I've taken from examples from John Briggs's lab, actually, because he's written some quite beautiful reviews about this. So the idea here, we have our 3D reconstruction, which has got like a limited resolution and low signal to noise ratio. It's anisotropic because it's a tomogram. And we want to understand the structure of proteins in it. And if we have multiple subunits, multiple proteins that are identical, we can extract them from the tomogram. This is called the subtomograms. And we can align them all to a common reference and average them all together. And this allows us to obtain a high resolution structure of the protein of interest. So this is akin to single particle cryo-EM, but in 3D. But what's really nice about subtomogram averaging is that not only we get the structure, but we also get the positions and orientations of each subunit in the original tomogram. So we can, for example, here, this is actually the COP1 coat from the Briggs lab. It's like a triangular shape assembly. We can place back where those triangles are in 3D and understand the geometrical relationship between neighboring subunits, which is another level of biological information. So this is just to explain briefly the technique. And so this is a slide summarizing actually years of work from my lab, looking at the structure and assembly of the COP2 coat on these tubular membranes that we obtain in our in vitro reconstitution. So actually we can, I don't know if this will play. Yes. So we can get very high resolution structure of the coat components. This is below 4 angstrom resolution. So we are like structural biology kind of resolution level. And we can resolve the inner layer and the outer layer of the coat on these tubules. And I'm not going to go into any of the details here, but as I said, we get the structure of the components, but we also get to understand how they interact with each other in 3D space in these complex geometries. And so to summarize, so this is all published, but basically we are able to map many, many interfaces between the coat subunits at the level of the inner coat, between the inner and the outer coat, and at the level of the outer coat. And then we can use structure-based mutations to go and find out what is the role of all of these interfaces in the coat assembly and membrane remodeling. So we can use morphological assays to see which interactions are important to make tubules, which ones are important for making round vesicles, for example. We can test their activity, and we can test their ability to support life with these genetics assays. So this is kind of a broad overview of the type of work that we've been doing over the years. And so what I want to focus on and kind of tell you a little bit more detail is something we have done more recently, which is just been accepted, hopefully out in the next month or so. That's work from a postdoc who's recently left, Ewan. And so what I showed you before was great, and it was like really fun from the technical point of view, because subtomogram averaging is not particularly like push the button and get the result sort of technique. There was a lot of technical development that we had to do, and a lot of image processing that we had to come up with new ideas. But one of the main kind of challenges that we had with that work was people in the field saying, but these tubules are not physiological, right? Cells, they don't exist in cells. What is it that you're looking at? And so we decided to take a step back and do these reconstitutions in more native environments. So instead of starting from giant unilamellar vesicles, which give mostly these straight tubules, we decided to work with microsomes. So we extract mostly ER membranes from cells, and then we basically repeat the same thing. We add the purified COP2 proteins, and we kind of image the reaction with cryotomography. And now the first thing I'm going to tell you is that we had a striking difference in terms of the membrane morphology that we obtained just by simply changing the donor membranes from naked membranes to microsomal membranes. And this time we get very few tubules, and the vast majority are coated round vesicles. So that's interesting. And it also speaks for the ability of the coat to really form very, very different sort of geometrical assemblies. So on these vesicles, these again are slices through tomographic reconstructions. Hopefully you can see we have a membrane, then we have an inner coat layer. You can see this kind of studded pattern on the outside of the membrane, and then we have an outer coat layer. Right, so again, we wanted to understand how do these proteins assemble to form this spherical vesicles as opposed to the tubules. And this was much harder from the technical point of view, because the tubules are very regular and they're very easy to process. Whereas this time we have much more varied kind of morphology. So this is just a raw tomogram. This is a 3D rendering of a raw tomogram, which I've masked to show the inner layer of the coat. Now, and hopefully, if you squint your eyes, you can see there's some sort of regular pattern here, right? So it's not just random noise. You can see some sort of lines running down in this direction. So again, this is raw data, so it's really hard to see anything. But when we do subtomogram averaging, we get a pretty low resolution average, but it does look exactly the same as on the tubules. So we have this sort of pseudo-helical arrangement of the inner coat, but this time we find that it only arranges to form small patches. So it's like here, there's a patch and there's much smaller patches on other vesicles. So what we are seeing here is that the type of assembly between the inner coat subunit that we resolved on the tubules and we resolved at high resolution are very similar, or at least identical to this resolution, to what we are seeing in native conditions. But these kind of patches are interrupted, and by orienting randomly on the membrane, they will collapse to form a spherical curvature as opposed to sort of keep going forever into these elongated tubules. So in one hand, this is good because it tells us that the molecular understanding we got from our previous work is relevant, and all the mutational analysis that we did are relevant. And on the other hand, it's interesting to understand why there is this difference, and I'll come back to that. The other challenge that we often had is that, okay, but if the inner coat are assembled to form these packed lattices, what about the cargo proteins that need to be transported? So as I mentioned in my introduction, this green protein here, which is called SEC24, is actually the cargo binding subunit. So there's hundreds, we only know of hundreds, but there's probably thousands of different proteins that directly bind to SEC24. So how do they fit into this tightly packed lattice? And one thing that you need to think about is that most cargo are luminal and they have a transmembrane adapter, or they are transmembrane cargo, but most of them will have only a small cytosolic loop that binds to the cytosolic coat. Some of them will be bigger, like snare proteins, for example, will be bigger. So when we look at our subtomogram average that we obtain from microsomes, we can see that, so if we take our average and then we fit the atomic model of the inner coat and we subtract that, we are left with density that is not explained by the coat, essentially. And we get this kind of blob in the middle, which is totally absent if we do the same exercise on the GUV membrane, indicating that there's undefined protein density there. And this must be the cargo protein. So here again, we have, because these are microsomes, we don't have a single cargo. So we have hundreds of different proteins that are being averaged into a piece of density there. So we can't see anything beyond a blob. But this is showing us that the lattice that we see is compatible with cargo binding, at least small cargo binding. If you have something bigger, that probably wouldn't fit, and I'll come back to that. Then we move to look at the outer layer of the coat, which is, if you remember from my introduction, these proteins that form this cage-like structure. And these proteins can assemble, we've seen them on the tubules, they can form like a fishnet type of arrangement. And they can also form pseudospherical cages. In vitro, they assemble by themselves to form very regular polyhedral geometry, either icosirodecahedrons or cuboctahedron. Whereas on these kind of more physiological conditions, they assemble to form all sorts of different geometries that lack any symmetry beyond local symmetry. So they form to assemble these vertices, but then these vertices tend to be formed by interaction between 4 of these outer coat proteins, but then some of them are formed by 5. We got squares, we got triangles, we got pentamers. So there's a lot of flexibility in the way that these proteins come together to form these cages. We also find that a lot of these cages are quite patchy. So there are areas that are just not covered with coat at all. Yeah, this is just a subtomogram average of the 5-fold, which people who are in the field think it's totally wild because we've never seen that. But it's quite interesting how these proteins can form such different different interactions between 4-fold and 5-fold. The other thing, as I mentioned in my introduction, is when we do subtomogram averaging, we don't only have the structure, but we also have the relative position and orientation of the neighboring subunits. So what we can actually do quantitative analysis on that. For example, we can take the position of each vertex on, these are just 5 examples, but we have like hundreds and hundreds of these type of structures. They're all different from each other. But we can take the position of each vertex and plot the position of the neighbors to see whether, they're rigid or whether they're flexible. And what we see is that indeed there's a lot of flexibility. So each one of these black dots is the position of a neighbor from each vertex. And moreover, we can also use some kind of image processing and classification to look at different classes of these rods that form the edges of the cages and to find, no, the movie is not playing here. Okay, so this is supposed to be a movie and the 2 red arrows are supposed to show hinges. So you would see that movie shows like a morph between the various class averages that we get from different types of rods, and there is quite a lot of flexibility. So not only they can assemble with different geometries, but even the structural elements themselves are quite bendy. Okay, so in the field, it's always been thought that this cage formation is what drives the membrane curvature. And now we can see that actually these proteins can make tubules, they can make vesicles, and even within the vesicles, which are more native, they're extremely flexible. So one of the questions that came to us is like, how is it possible that this is driving the curvature of the membrane? It seems more logical that it's somehow maybe adapting or stabilizing something that is already formed. Because to drive the curvature, you will need to have a pretty rigid type of assembly. And so by taking both the results that we had from the inner and the outer layer of the coat, we came up with a model for how the COP2 coat assembles to induce membrane deformation. And that is that if you just, in non-physiological conditions where you have no proteins on the membrane and we have no GTP hydrolysis that will detach subunits from the membrane, the inner coat will tend to assemble in this pseudohelical lattice and form these infinite kind of tubes. In physiological conditions, you would expect this lattice formation to be a lot less stable, partly because some of the subunits will hydrolyze GTP and come off the membrane, partly because you will have bulky proteins, whether they're cargo proteins or just proteins that are in the ER membrane that kind of get in the way of the lattice formation. And therefore, this assembly is limited to small patches that will then form a spherical curvature. And the job of the outer coat is to bind and stabilize this type of formation. So this is actually seems quite technical, but it's actually important because we know that there are factors in metazoa that have been shown to regulate GTP hydrolysis rates. I'm not going to go much more in details. And these factors are actually essential for secretion of very large cargoes, such as collagens. So this leads me to the next slide, where I present the collagen conundrum, that's how it's called. So one of the most abundant proteins that we secrete as animals are collagens. About more than 20% of the dry mass of our body is made of collagen. And we have no idea. We know that the process is COP2 dependent. There are COP2 mutants that work perfectly fine with most cargo, but they don't work in the case of large cargoes. The collagen is not the only one, but it's one of the best examples. But we just have no idea how this gets out of the ER. We don't know whether COP2 forms like a coat on giant carriers or whether it forms some other type of connections between the ER and the Golgi. There's quite a lot of discussion in the last 3 to 5 years with people coming up with all sorts of very different models for how COP2 works in animals and how it works in the transport of collagen. And this is despite the fact that the COP2 core proteins are extremely well conserved. We do have differences with a whole host of factors that have only emerged in higher eukaryotes and in metazoa that participate to the process, and we just don't know how. So I just want to spend the last couple of minutes to show you some very preliminary data of something that we've only started working on in the last few months. So I didn't mention that my lab moved to the Crick Institute, where we have access to a cryofibsem, and we've started to use cryofibsem for looking into cells. So what we want to do is like all this in vitro reconstitution is great. It really helps us to understand the process at the molecular level, but how does it work in cells, and especially how does it work in animal cells that need to secrete such large proteins? So the idea here is that this is something that we've been doing in collaboration with John Audia in Wisconsin. And the idea here is to take cells which have been endogenously, where some of the COP2 proteins have been endogenously tagged with a fluorescent marker. And then we do cryofibsem. So I think you're all familiar with this. I have a fancy movie. This is to show the process of cryofibsem. I'm sure that doesn't, but it's a very cool movie. So I like to show it. This is stolen from the Thermo Fisher website. It's not made by me. Clearly, they have the money to do these kind of things. So yeah, so you basically thin your cells, so you're left with an electron transparent lamella. And because it's in cryo, all the molecular structures are highly preserved, and we can do cryo-electron tomography in cells and get to really bridging the scale between the molecular understanding and the kind of complex environment that these proteins are in the cell. So as I said, this is very preliminary for us. We can do correlative cryo, so we can put this lamella in the cryofluorescence to see where the ER exit sites are, and then target the COP2 fluorescence to go and collect tomograms. And so here is a couple of examples, and that's my last slide. So I should be fine with time. I don't know if anyone is keeping the time. I'm fine. Okay. So these are just a couple of examples of tomograms we got from ER exit sites. So here you can see lots of, this is heavily denoised and everything, but we've got lots of membranes and filaments and ribosomes and everything you would expect from cells. And this is the ER membrane. We can see it because there's lots of ribosomes attached. And then from the ER membrane, we can see these beautiful buds that actually, I don't know how the projector is, but hopefully you can see there's like a layer of coat around them. And then we can actually see like vesicular tubular clusters around it, which show COP1 coated vesicles, if anybody here is interested in ERGIC and how the early secretory pathway is organized. And then this is another example that shows basically the same thing. So we've only collected just a small data set so far, and basically we can see a lot of COP2 budded small vesicles coming out of the ER, always close to COP1 containing vesicular tubular clusters. And the idea for us now is to collect a bigger data set to get to the molecular structure of the coat and see whether what we see in vitro really reflects the way that these proteins assemble in cell. And then the longer term idea is to look at how collagen secretion happens with a similar workflow. So that's all. Just would like to acknowledge the people who've been doing the work, lab members and former lab members, a number of people, Birkbeck College and the Crick, especially shout out to Andrea Nans, who's been setting up the cryofibsem at the Crick, and she's been great help, funding collaborators, etc., etc. And also, just in case you know, brilliant PhD students who would like to get into cryofibsem, I'm looking for postdocs. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. That was amazing talk. Any questions?
Lovely presentation. Thank you. This is weird. I got the echo in my ear over there. You mentioned that you got different morphologies, either vesicles and tubes, depending on your starting material, whether they were GUVs or endosomes. Can you distinguish the role of the size of the starting material as opposed to the membrane composition?
That's a good question. So our GUVs are more uniform, is that they tend to be bigger than the microsomes in general. We haven't tried with smaller, the reason why we're using GUVs as opposed to liposomes is that the concern with liposome is that the proteins just assemble around preformed spherical things as opposed to deforming them. So the reason why we've used GUVs is that then we can be sure that what we are seeing is an active coating reaction as opposed to just the proteins assembling on them. There could be a role for the initial membrane curvature. It has been shown that the small GTPase-R1 does have higher affinity for highly curved membrane, which is supposed to recruit more and more as the body is curving. We haven't properly tested that.
Great talk. So mine's essentially a follow-up question from that. So you mentioned that you don't think that the top coat is driving the membrane deformation. So what do you think is?
No, I think it is, but I don't think is the outer coat, these long red things. I think that the main driver is the inner coat that forms this. So these tubular assembly do create membrane curvature. Okay, so there's an amphipathic helix, which is known to be a membrane curvature driver. And also the blue and green proteins also have a concave surface that is, binding to the membrane. It's like a bar domain sort of effect where you have this banana shape. So it definitely does cause the membrane curvature. Cool. But I don't think it's the cage that does that. I think is what we always thought as the adapter layer, I think is actually the main driver of curvature. I think it's an interplay between both, to be honest. But yeah.
Any other questions? Well, quick one. It's really basic. What was a fluorescent tag?
Oh, it's a halo tag in this case.
Any other questions? Which case? Great.
Thanks.
Okay, so next speaker. We now have a series of early career award talks.
I've been asked to just introduce these. Now, these are 5-minute talks, and what I'm not clear on is I'm assuming there are no questions. We're just going to go from one to the other. So if each of the three of you in turn, once the previous speaker finishes, just come straight up and start. We're going to have 3 speakers. We're going to have Akash Kumar. We're going to have Harshith Bakimanchu. I'm sorry, that's probably really badly pronounced, and Liam Rooney. And during the talks, myself, some existing members of the early career section and some incoming new members to the early career section are going to be using a scoring matrix. And during coffee, we will be meeting to decide the winner. And then at the end of the day, we'll present that award. So without further ado, could I invite Akash to come? Have I said that right?
Okay. So first of all, it's an honor to be here. I'm Akash and I'm coming from the MRC Laboratory of Molecular Biology. And I'm excited to disclose some of my research. So the hallmark of life is that it's animate. Advances in live cell fluorescence microscopy is enabling the field to shed light on the spatiotemporal nature of various critical cellular processes. However, despite these advances, we're still fundamentally limited to visualizing between 1 and 3 labeled structures in live cells due to spectral overlap. Today, I'll showcase the novel technologies that I've developed to enable for the first time simultaneous visualization of up to 8 labeled structures in live cells at no cost in spatiotemporal resolution. However, before I introduce the technologies, let me briefly discuss their need. So in conventional multicolor fluorescence microscopy, we use fluorophores with highly separated emission spectra. We then image each fluorophore by switching emission filters to image each color sequentially, making the acquisition slower than imaging a single label. Furthermore, when there are many fluorophores within the sample, their emission spectra overlap and bleed through into the emission filter. So I wanted to develop a technology that enables us to visualize more fluorophores in living systems to combat spectral overlap, but without reducing temporal resolution. So to do this, we can excite all of these fluorophores and collect the emitted signal. Now, if we pass this light through a single dichroic mirror, we split the light into two spectral channels, as the shorter wavelength signals are reflected and the longer wavelengths transmitted. We can then in turn pass them through another pair of dichroic mirrors to gain 4 channels. And if we do this for 7 dichroic mirrors, we can separate the entire emitted signal into 8 spectral channels, and we can image these channels simultaneously using 8 synchronized cameras. We then take the data from these cameras and pass it through a novel iterative spectral unmixing algorithm that I've developed to reveal the underlying biological structures, in this case, 6 organelle targets. So this algorithm is designed to reveal biological structures from low signal, noisy live cell multispectral imaging data and massively outperforms pre-existing approaches. So by using the hardware and software together, we can image up to 8 biological structures simultaneously for the first time. The hardware I've termed the multispectral camera tree, and I've designed it to be compatible with any camera-based fluorescence microscope globally for maximum impact to the scientific community. And in our lab at the Laboratory of Molecular Biology, we're converting many of our microscopes to become multispectral, and so far have multispectral TIRF spinning disk and state-of-the-art light sheet microscopes. But we've also developed polycistronic plasmids to enable the simultaneous expression of up to 8 fluorescently labeled structures, and we can transfect with a single plasmid and visualize the very fast intracellular dynamics between all of these different labeled structures. But the beauty is that we combine different plasmids with multispectral imaging modalities and the novel spectral unmixing algorithm to visualize an array of different proteins in various cell types depending on the process that we're interested in. And this provides a wealth of biological information. So this plot represents the relationship between 2 labeled structures at any one time within a single multispectral movie. So you get all of this information from a single acquisition, whereas using conventional approaches, you would require 28 experiments to get the same amount of information. So by employing multispectral acquisitions, our systems are the fastest, most informative systems globally for studying live cell dynamics. To expand our labeling technology further, we have collaborated with the Baker Lab at the University of Washington. He can computationally design protein binders to a target protein of interest, and we can label the binder with a bright organic dye, which acts as a readout to where the target protein is. But the beauty of this approach is that we can design and make many different binders to different target proteins, and we can label these binders in different colors to image them simultaneously using the multispectral technology. And using the multispectral light sheet as part of this collaboration, for the first time, I visualized the endogenous trafficking of up to 6 different labeled structures at 4 volumes per second speed in live cells, without the need for any genetic manipulation. And we've developed quantitative methods to segment and track these different proteins in 3D, and we can then analyze the pairwise co-trafficking of all the different proteins within these highly complex multidimensional data sets. Now, I just want to finish with a quote from the previous director of the LMB and the Nobel Prize winner, Sidney Brenner. Ultimately, new discoveries require advances in technology. And I hope that the broad technological combination that I've discussed will bring about a number of important findings in the future and improve many live cell imaging experiments globally. So with that, I'd like to thank my supervisors, Manu and James, my lab mates in Cambridge, and my collaborators, as well as LifeArc, for helping us to commercialize this technology to bring it to a wider audience. And then finally, thank you for listening. And if you're interested in what I've spoken about, please check out our preprint.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Harshit. First of all, sorry for the fonts. I didn't make them. The computer made it by itself. And yeah, I'm Harshit. I'm a PhD student in the Soft Matter Lab, University of Gothenburg in Sweden. And today I'll be showing some of the work that I have done during my PhD on microplanktons, holography, and deep learning. So what are planktons? These are planktons. So planktons are a group of organisms, microorganisms that you found on the surface of the oceans, and they play a huge role in the Earth ecosystem and also in the carbon cycle. Now, the name plankton comes from their inability to swim against the oceanic currents. No, even though you see their local movements here, they cannot propel themselves to move from, let's say, one ocean to another ocean. Now, in order to motivate why they are important, let's consider the same organisms that you have seen here. They are known as phytoplankton. And as the name suggests, they are equivalent to terrestrial plants, which means they take sunlight and convert carbon dioxide into oxygen by the process of photosynthesis. And that's the reason also why they look green, because of the chlorophyll. And now, because of large blooms of planktons all around the world, as can be seen by this chlorophyll concentrations around the oceans throughout the year, they are the largest producers of oxygen on the Earth, more than 50%. It's literally every second breath we take. And thereby, they are also the largest consumers of carbon dioxide, which is like 50 petagrams, that's 10 to the power 15. Now, the question we are trying to answer here is, can we measure this mass at a single plankton level? And thereby, since these are the basic building blocks of the marine food chain, can we track how that mass transfers into higher level organisms, such as zooplanktons or fishes, etc.? So this is how our setup works. It looks complicated, but it is not. So we use a holographic microscope, which is kind of simple to explain. So we have a plane wave, and then we suspend some planktons in a microfluidic chamber. And then we use a sensor and place it really, really close to the sample to collect the holograms. Here by holograms, I mean the planktons will scatter light depending on their refractive index, size, and shape, etc. And then the scattered pattern will interact with the background light that is unscattered, and then it will generate this interference pattern. And holograms, though they contain a lot of information about the organisms, are very computationally expensive to extract. So that's why we use a deep learning based approach where we use a network to first identify different properties of planktons in one particular hologram. For example, in this case, a network called regression unit, the details are not important, but then what it does is it takes this image and converts it into 5 different images or a single image with 5 channels. And each channel contains specific information of the cells. For example, the first channel is segmentation. It just shows the position. And then the Z distance, which is like where they are in this microfluidic chamber. And then the dry mass, the non-aqueous content of the cells. And then additional layers to account for the 2D precision. And once this network predicts this information, we can use that information to get a plot like this, where we have the 3D positions and also the dry mass. Now, we do this for all the frames in a video, and then we track individual organisms. And in order to improve the accuracy of the prediction of dry mass, as well as these properties, we take trajectories of each plankton and crop these square crops around the trajectories and refine the properties, and then we predict a refined dry mass. So this is the whole overview of our experimental setup. But then now we have to benchmark it with actual samples. We can't just say that this works. So that's why we go to the ocean and we collect all the samples. So some of them are phytoplanktons, the organisms that you have seen in the video, and some of them are zooplanktons, which consume phytoplanktons. So just to showcase how the setup actually works, I'd like to mix these 2 organisms. One of them is a predator, the orange one, and one of them is a prey, Ginalia latoselecta. So a typical holographic video captured on this device looks something like this. If you look at closely, you can see that there are 2 different organisms here. One of them is darker and also swims differently, and one of them is slightly fainter in the background. But the beauty of the setup is the first network, which you have seen, can already identify what is a prey and what is a predator. And then you can individually track whatever you want and then get a video like this. So this is a video where the blue one is a phytoplankton and the orange one is the predator. And now we see them freely swimming. We call this pre-feeding phase of the predator, where it naturally explores the space. And eventually it will find that there is a prey which is swimming close to it, and it latches onto it. And we call this feeding phase, where it doesn't move much in both 2D and as well as 3D. And it sort of stays there till it sort of consumes it. And then once that gets done, it goes back to its normal swimming behavior and then explores the space again for another prey. So while this was happening, while the predator was freely swimming, we are also analyzing the dry mass. What's happening to the dry mass? Now, if you want to know what happens to the mass, we'll catch up outside. And then we also have done some other interesting experiments on this. So as you might already know, that the holography videos are not very visually sound. So what we do is we use another deep learning architecture to convert a holography video to a bright field video, and then a bright field video back to a holographic video. And this we can do on multiple microscopic modalities, such as virtual staining, super resolution, etc. And the setup is not only restricted to single plankton trajectories or single cell. You can track multiple organisms at the same time in 3D and also measure their masses. And we have also been noticing some new results where these organisms are actually eating plastics. That is something which we are actually working on now. And with that, I'd like to introduce my team, sorry for the misalignment there, my supervisor, Giovanni Volpe, and my co-supervisors, Daniel and Eric, and my colleague, Benjamin. And this is the paper where we have put all these results in, and that's me. And with that, I thank you all for your attention.
Okay, so to misappropriate Madonna, we're all microscopists living in a microbial world. But despite our best advances across our entire field of microscopy, it's often insufficient that the methods that we use can adequately address or fully understand the complex phenomena that surround us in the microbial world. So this is not only true of the microbes that we interact with on a daily basis, but also in important strategic areas like in the clinic, in the industry, and areas like the food sector. So what my research does is it focuses on linking these two disciplines, linking the microbiology to the microscopy, and then bringing together new tools and developing and applying them so that the microbiologist has a new tool in its arsenal that address these complex phenomenons. And this kind of philosophy was instilled at the end of my PhD, which I completed in 2020, where I was looking at developing and applying different methods to the field of microbiology. So I achieved three things during that time: developing an interferometric method to study bacterial motility. I also developed a 3D cell culture platform based on transparent soil to study bacterial ecology. And then I also did some cross-scale imaging on biofilms that I'll talk about in more detail. At the turn of the pandemic, I then turned to Edinburgh to do a postdoc in super resolution imaging of bacterial warfare. And then I moved back to Strathclyde in 2022, where I've been developing 3D printed optics that I brought with me, so 3D printed lenses, to address the equity in open microscopy. However, one thing that I want to kind of concentrate on is the interdisciplinarity that underpins all of this. So not only does my skill set and my impact concentrate on the kind of hardcore basic microbiology, but also in the development of new image processing and analysis methods, and also in the development of new microscopy and imaging modalities for the microbiologist. And this is all underpinned over the last 4 years through several publications that I've led that you can see here. However, what I'm most impactful about is the biofilm work that I've done. And really to concentrate on this, in essence, these are communities of bacteria. They can be up to several millimeters in diameter and contain billions of cells. So this, for example, is about 6 millimeters in diameter. It's E. coli, and there's 8 billion cells in that one image. And the reason I know that is because of the cross-scale imaging methods that I've developed. And when I was a PhD student, I discovered, which you might be able to make out, intricate networks of channel systems in these structures that no one had observed before. And that really opened the doors to multiple follow-on studies that have really drawn out the impact of that initial observation. So going from my PhD, where I looked at the basic function of these structures, so you can see some of them here, they're scaffolded by a proteinaceous matrix. and they function to sequester substances from their external environment, whether that be small particles or, as we found out later, nutrients. And then over the last 4 years or so, I've led multiple studies looking at how these channels mediate key resource management and drive nutrients around the superstructure. And more recently, working with colleagues at Columbia University, looking at quantitative chemical mapping of these channel structures, understanding what the chemical microenvironment of them is, so that ultimately I can now aim to build an exploitative antimicrobial delivery therapy to target these channels, exploiting their nutrient uptake function for antibiotic activity. And then I've translated this from not only working in the lab, but also to impacting in the clinic, working with, again, colleagues in the US, but also with the NHS, looking at cross-scale imaging of entire wound beds on a scale that's never been done before. So what you're looking at here is an entire wound bed. It's about 6 millimeters in diameter, and I can resolve every single invading bacterium throughout that volume in 3D, and then understand how the host's immune system and also how antibiotics might seek to attenuate the infection in situ. I've also been working separately with funders and national agencies to develop strategic policies and to drive investment into biofilm and interdisciplinary research. And I've also been working with various learned societies on increasing public awareness through high-profile microscopy-related outreach initiatives. And to take a step back from my biofilm work and just to talk about a second impact case is really my work on 3D printed lenses. Now, I didn't think this would work at the start of the project, but it clearly has because I have to do it for a job now. Basically, I can create lenses with the same refractive index, the same curvature, the same optical throughput, and the same focusing abilities as glass lenses, but at 0.05% of the manufacturing costs, and it's entirely open source. And I've demonstrated the applications recently through 2 papers, one of which is the world's first fully 3D printed objective lens suitable for both fluorescence and bright field modalities. And then finally, just to finish off, is highlighting my impact aside from research, which is working with learned societies and what I hope is a positive legacy for platforming early career researchers. I've co-organized world congresses in partnership with different learned societies, such as here at MMC and also ELMI this year. And secondly, my work with the journal and then focus teams to platform other early career researchers through special issues and through other content. And then finally, through upskilling and developing training resources for the next generation of microscopists. And I'd like to finally thank just the people who are listed on the slide here, who are too numerous to list, and also to you for the honor and the opportunity of being able to speak to you today. So thank you.
Good luck, judges. Not an easy one. Okay, so up to the next speaker, we've got George. If you want to come up. And, do you know what? I actually haven't even seen what you're going to talk about. You haven't spoken once to me about this.
Title. Oh, gosh.
Okay, it's a real pleasure to be here and talk to you this afternoon. My name's Georgina Fletcher. I'm the project officer at Bioimaging UK. But I've been invited to talk to you about my recent foray into the world of EDI, or equality, diversion and inclusion. And this is not a world I'm academically familiar with at all. I've come from the, I was a developmental cell biologist for 20 years or so, and then I've been running Bioimaging UK for 5 years. But an opportunity came our way, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to try and help support Bioimaging UK members and RMS members. So this was an opportunity for BBSRC funded networks, of which Bioimaging UK is one, to enhance EDI in our networks. So I seized the opportunity. So thinking about it, actually, I do have some experience of EDI because I'm obviously a woman, and my background, I've come from Ramsbottom, which is a town
on the edge of Greater Manchester, next to Lancashire. I'm the child of working class parents. My dad was a bricklayer. My mum was a shopkeeper. And then the shop was so successful that my dad started to work for my mum. So that's quite a good role model, I guess. But yeah, I went to a comprehensive school, which is somewhere over there. And I was pretty good at academically. So first in the family to go to university, I went to Nottingham, did my PhD at King's, and then moved to EMBL for a postdoc and came back to London, where I was at CRUK and then at the Francis Crick Institute. So I think judged against the UK population as a whole, I don't feel myself underprivileged at all. But especially in my latter years in research, I did start to feel slightly out of place, a little bit special in academia, because I've obviously got a northern accent, and maybe it was an age thing, you know, you look at things differently when you're older as well. But yeah, the more prestigious, I'll put in quotation marks, prestigious institutes, I did start to feel, like I was a little bit different. But despite that, I've had a lot of luck. I've had a lot of advantages as well. For example, I finished university before tuition fees came in. And yeah, just as I go through this presentation, I'd just invite you to reflect on your constitutive luck, as the philosophers call it. So your background, your upbringing, your education, your genes, things that you can't control, and how that's played into we all deserve to be where we are, but how that has helped you as well. So that's a very long, rambling introduction and a way to say I'm not an EDI expert, and I probably won't be able to answer your questions at the end, but I'd love to hear them and I'll do my best. So back to the call, and quick spoiler alert, we found out very recently that we were successful. So it's a real, it's a nice thing to be presenting this. So yeah, BBSRC were encouraging us to, it's an unusual call. They wanted us to team up with other BBSRC funded networks. So Physics of Life Net is our sister brother network, I would say. And these wonderful people, who probably know all of them, I would have thought, are in one or both networks. So Sian and Maddie are at King's. Caris Baker is my equivalent at Polnet. Mark Leake leads Polnet, and Alice Pine from Sheffield is certainly in both. So we got together because these guys have got quite a good track record of EDI work. You probably remember Sian's talk last year here, but I certainly do. It was inspirational. And the problem is it's an unknown. So we're not collecting any EDI data in our networks. And to be fair, I think the BBSRC networks that I spoke to don't either, because they were probably set up 10, 15 years ago, like us. With that in mind, we wanted to design sort of schemes that would cover as many of our members as possible until we did know where the gaps are. So I'm just going to tell you what we identified as priority areas. That's around gender, low-income backgrounds, parents and carers, and collecting the data so that we can design schemes that are better suited in the future. And before so I'll start with the gender, but before I go into the actual problem, I've pinched a slide off Sally. She was giving a talk about the RMS STEM, Women in STEM event a few months ago. And I'm just so proud to work for the RMS, actually, because I think they're really leading the way on this. So, for example, the what used to be called the Women in Microscopy database was set up probably about 5 years ago now by Sian. It's now evolved, as many things in the EDI world do, to be equity in microscopy. So the idea was to help conference organisers strike a gender balance when they're designing conference programs. This is a way for women to, it started with women, it's now underrepresented groups, women to put themselves on the map, or you could nominate your own colleague as well. And it's been very successful. So there's been, I think it's about 500 microscopists are on there now, and it's been viewed more than 20,000 times. The committee chairs, I think we've got 12 committees by the looks of it. 4 of them have a woman as a chair, for example, Anna Baldacheva here. Committee members is not too bad. It's close to 50-50. Obviously, the past presidents is not great, but it started in 1839, so it's no surprise. But we're catching up. And the membership, again, I guess there's a historical factor there, but it's just under a quarter, so we can improve this. So what do I mean when I say gender disparity in oral abstracts? So the database is fantastic, but the feeling was, the intuition was, we're kind of fighting against a smaller pool when you are trying to select the women. So it's always good to have numbers to back up your feelings. So I asked Katie Reynolds at the RMS to help me, and she pulled out the MMC 2023 abstract submission data, and we use Oxford abstracts for that, and we don't actually collect gender information at that point. So Sean has a Python script which can estimate gender from first name. So that's a little bit of a, something to bear in mind, but we're pretty confident this is as close to accurate as it can be. So what you can see is that whilst poster abstracts between the two genders are pretty much equal, when it comes to talks, we've still got half the number of women compared to men applying for talks. And this is not just MMC, it's kind of C-Bias, ELMI, PolNet, Physics of Life meetings as well. And I'm not pretending that there's one solution, and this is multifaceted and complicated, as many things are in life. But one common thing that people brought up was a confidence issue in women. And one way to address this would be to run a scheme that tries to improve women's confidence through group training workshops with a professional scientific skills presentation coach, followed up with a one-to-one session with that same coach. So that's for any woman that's had an abstract accepted, they can apply to come on this scheme. So we'll run it twice next year, 2 times 10 attendees, and we'll establish a Slack workplace for ongoing peer support, and we'll encourage the women to present at network meetings and hopefully be mentors in the RMS scheme so that the impact carries on. When I was putting this together, as in research, you kind of come across things by chance, and I was sat next to Laki Pantazis from the life science section, I think, at an RMS meeting, and I was introducing this, saying, this is our idea. And he was nodding, saying, yeah, this is really, I really think this is true. This is my experience with my women in my lab. And he signposted me to a paper from a colleague at Imperial that he works with, Victoria Salem, from the Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology Journal. And she's in the medical field. And similar to MMC, the audience was pretty equal. But when she started to look at who's asking questions in the audience, I think it was 9% from women and the rest from men, more or less. So she tried to see if any small interventions could change that. So she asked either women to chair the sessions or co-chair the sessions, or if there was a choice, invited the first question from a woman. And those 2 interventions together took the percentage to 50%, actually. So it's just a very potential, easy free hack that if you're organising meetings, maybe this is something you could experiment with as well. And I'm going to go slightly off track now because I've got a platform and I've got your attention. But there's 13 million women in the UK that are either perimenopausal or menopausal. And I think everyone is aware of menopause, but the perimenopause is maybe worse. And it results in sleeplessness, anxiety, brain fog, joint pain. And this could be happening in the 30s of women, like when they're in their 30s, when they're giving talks. So we've not done anything here to address this, but I just want to say it's definitely on my radar. And I think we need to keep raising awareness and keep talking about it so it's not a stigma. Okay. So I've talked about that. So now on to class, socioeconomic background, call it what you want. One of a writer that I love, this is a quote from her, Hilary Mantel. So she said, it's not having made it as a woman writer that strikes me. It's having made it as a working class writer. And I think, that just resonated with me at the time. I wrote it down and now I'm using it. So what do I mean by that? So this is a middle section of a cartoon where you're looking at Richard on the left and Paula on the right. And Richard's got enough money. He doesn't need to have a second job when he's at university, whereas Paula's got to wash dishes while she's studying. And then when it comes to getting the first job experience, Richard's parents can help him. I can get you an internship, don't worry. Whereas Paula might have to look after her aging parents. And then, for example, at the bank, when you're trying to get a loan or mortgage, it's no problem for Richard, whereas Paula's directed down the Wonga or easy finance route with the sky-high interest rates. And I've not even shown you the full section where early life, which is so important, the parenting style, the school, private tutors come in. And later on, when Richard believes that he's deserves to be on top of Paula as well. So it's a very, it's a very complicated area, and that's probably why it's not been tackled properly yet. But it's financial, so it's having that cushion, having the bank of mum and dad to support you. It's educational. It's which school you went to, which university you went to. Did you go to Oxbridge? And it's the social and cultural capital. So what did your parents do? What are your cultural references? What's your accent like? What are your networks like? All this. And the KPMG 2022 report showed that socioeconomic background actually has the strongest effect of all the diversity characteristics on an individual's progression. And it's quite hard to find data on this in science because we're not really collecting socioeconomic data. But there's a paper in Nature in 2022, and it shows that the US faculty staff have been 25 times more likely to have a parent with a PhD than not. That rate doubles at elite universities, and it's not changed for the last 50 years. And similarly, in the UK, children of doctors, 24 times more likely to be a doctor. Children of lawyers, 17 times more likely to be a lawyer. So there's this inherited career thing that's going on as well. And because of this, there are some campaigns out there to try and get class to be a protected characteristic under the Equality Act. So I think it's something termed intersectionality that's coming up now as a thing. So if you're a black woman who's middle class and you compare to a black woman who's working class, there's just no comparison. The class really will play in and make it much, much harder for somebody to get on in life. So we looked at what we could do, and the RMS and PolNet offer summer studentship schemes, which are fantastic. But if you look at that through a socioeconomic lens, you can improve it a little bit. So instead of having the student make first contact with the supervisor, which might not be easy for them because they might not have the same networks or confidence, we're going to pre-source a list on the website, have projects and supervisors pre-sourced. And as you all know, it's tough to rent in a city at the moment. So we're going to uplift the stipend that can cover rent for a month and uplift lab expenses as well to try and incentivize project supervisors to take up this scheme. They'll still be absolutely fantastic students. It's just a little bit of a helping hand. And we'll use the same eligibility criteria for judging this as InterScience, the charity that Sian was working with and presented on last year, which is to try and get people from lower income backgrounds into science. It's quite straightforward. So while I'm on kind of an easy hack, and in terms of what I mentioned before about accents, I'd just like to, mention Graham, actually. I was, he sadly passed away this summer. I was very lucky to be at King's for 4 years with him, not in his lab, but in his sort of brother lab. And he's from Oldham. I'm sure many of you know him. He's from Oldham, and he used to make fun of my accent, but he had the same accent. And every time he saw me, he would be like, "How's Shufflebottom?" I'm like, "It's not Shufflebottom, it's Ramsbottom, okay." And we would have a good laugh. And yeah, I've still never met anybody quite like Graham, actually. And then there's things you can do around this accent bias training. So it takes actually less than 15 minutes. It takes 5 minutes. I did it a couple of weeks ago. So this is quite shocking statistics, actually. If you say exactly the same thing with received pronunciation accent, or if you get someone with, Cockney, Estuary English, Northern Industrial English, ethnic English, to say exactly the same things, they will be received. They won't be received as well, and people will think they're not as competent and they don't have the same expertise. And that's just really, it's just being aware of that, and then you're fine. So if you think, okay, I've noticed an accent, but I'm not going to think that they're stupid. That's pretty much what you've just done, the accent bias training. So yeah, that's an easy tweak to do. And it is so complicated because I wouldn't have taken away Graham's teasing me for the world, and yet, it's tricky because they will say you can't tease someone for your accent, but actually it was great for me. Anyway, so that's that, and then just last few minutes, something very straightforward. I mean, how many people are parents? Probably quite a lot, and 1 in 5 people are unpaid carers in the UK at the moment. So again, it's hopefully covering a lot of our members. So we're going to offer up to £500 for people who've had abstracts accepted, who are parents or carers, to attend meetings. And yes, so we're going to partner with Institute of Physics and RMS on this. And then for the EDI data collection, there's a company called the Equal Group that are used to working in this area. It's quite tricky, I think, to try and get maximum buy-in, which is what you need when you're doing an EDI study. You can't just be looking at a small selection of people. You need to really get buy-in from everybody so that you get a full picture. So they're kind of used to that, and hopefully, on the other side as well, saying things sensitively and trying to get people to be honest and fill things in, and not feel targeted in any way. So yeah, that's that. And yeah, I just want to finish with the resources I've used in case you're interested. So there's EDIS, which is a coalition of organisations working to improve EDI in the life and health research sector. That's the Crick, Wellcome, GSK that are some of the organisations involved with that. And I'd also like to credit Alison Forbes, who's the outgoing EDI manager at the Francis Crick. She gave a wonderful talk on this, just as I was starting as well to put this together. And that's on YouTube. And I've used a lot of the same resources and statistics that she pulled out during that. So I'd really encourage you, if you're interested in the socioeconomic area, to look at that. And then just finally, all these opportunities are coming in the next 12 months. We don't have very long, and we've got a decent amount to fund all the different things that we're going to do. So if you do want to hear about these, just put yourself on the Bioimaging UK mailing list, which is that QR code, or just email me and I'll sort you out. And we're active on social media. And finally, thank you very much for listening. And a huge thank you, especially to Maddie, Sal, Sian, Tor, Caris, Katie, Alice, Mark, and all the RMS office team, of which most of them are in the picture from Elmi, but a couple of them are missing. So yeah, thank you.
I think it's a great initiative. Is there any funds to bring in a race element?
Any what, sorry?
Funds to bring in a race element?
So I think what we'll do is when we speak to the equal group, we'll have this in, if we get overwhelmed with submissions for things, this will be part of the scoring matrix that we use to sort of, it's not directly a race thing, but we'll try and incorporate this when we look at the applications if we need to rank. So yes and no. Yeah. But yeah, in the future, I hope to.
Well, thank you. Very interesting and quite inspiring. In fact, perhaps it's me, but it's quite rare to see the question of background being addressed so upfront. And I have to say, as somebody who didn't grow up in the UK, I always step my foot into it without wanting to, but it seems that it's very hard to talk about it, let alone do something about it. And some people get very offended by one way or another. I guess my question is, to try to tackle it, it's probably important to really understand where it's coming from and which are the bits that everybody can agree on, I suppose. And being an outsider of the UK, I still don't really understand it. Is it really a UK problem, or is it something that is, underprivileged background is universal, but the issue, as you say, about accent, about being taken seriously, and I see that very acutely where I am in the Northeast is very obvious. But it seems that to do something about it is very, very hard.
I think we are of all the developed countries, it was in the KPMG report, it's something like, yes, the link between background and outcome is strongest in the UK of all the developed countries. So I would say we are the champions at this. I think it's so implicit. I'm again going off track, but when I was in Germany and I was working internationally, if you're not from the UK, you don't know. You've no idea. Whereas as soon as you meet someone from our country, you automatically can think, oh, and sort of put them in a box. And yeah, it's impossible to change, I would say. But what we can do is try and maybe contextualize a little bit and give people that sort of credit that they might have had a harder path to that place where they're at. Yeah, there are ways to do this. For example, paid internships would be, a very good place to start. We have the highest, I know everyone's here at a university and you're all struggling, but we do have the highest public tuition fees in the world as well. So a PhD student will come out after doing, degree, master's, PhD with about £74,000 worth of debt in the UK. That's quite shocking as well. Yeah, you can blind admissions, so you don't see if they're from a Russell Group or a non-Russell Group university when you're looking at PhD students, things like that. So there are things you can do, but I don't think it's going to be fixed ever. I think we've got the problem forever, to be honest. Very inspiring, but yeah, that's my honest opinion about it.
Any other questions? No. On that positive note, maybe it's good to have another question. Got two Susan there.
It's more a comment, really. It's just, I think when you're doing the analysis of the oral contributions and stuff, it would be a real shame if you didn't attempt to do a kind of race exploration as well. I know it's very difficult because you're trying to pick from names, and that's tricky. But I think it would be a shame to miss out on that opportunity. And the other thing I would say is I'll catch you later, because I've got quite a lot of data on student experiences from minority ethnic communities, and it helps, what you were saying about debt, but also about how it's difficult to participate for some groups of students, participate in the sports and stuff, because the associated expense is so much. So there's quite a lot we can probably do, and I'll definitely be badgering you on an email. But the data we've got, you're very welcome to look at and
thank you,
see if there's anything we can help with.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, so I'm not from the UK, but in Ireland, the accents are different and schools are different, but the problem's the same. Okay. And I think one of the things I find in particular, when you're talking about socioeconomic background, it's the one no one ever talks about, because it's the one that's easiest to hide. And I think maybe part of the problem is because you can kind of pretend, people are encouraged to, and they kind of learn to. You can't pretend you're not a woman, you can't pretend you're not black, but you can pretend you, and I think that partially kind of hides the problem.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you think maybe being that is a factor, and if you think maybe really the solution there is role modeling.
Yes.
Role models who aren't pretending to be something else.
That's why Graham was so important, I think. I didn't realise it at the time. I had no idea. Looking back, I actually think it was just so nice to have my accent and my sort of, I've no idea. Actually, I've no idea about Graham's upbringing at all. But yeah, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that is really important. Yeah. So having people that represents what you see on the street in academia is crucial and so important with, the way that social media is dividing us and people don't believe in science anymore. It's more important than ever, I think, to have that.
Hello, thank you. That was really good talk. I've really enjoyed it, especially as at University of York with other universities in the surrounding area. We've got the Generation Research Scheme, and that looks at the background of the students, and they're ranked with some of the criteria that probably is on the same sheet that you showed there from, what was it, InfoScience?
InfoScience.
InfoScience.
Mm.
For interview rankings, and then from then on it's down up to the students scoring at interviews. But it really gives a huge opportunity for fully funded, supported, paid internships for 8 to 12 weeks over the summer. And it's run for about 3 or 4 years now, and it's been absolutely brilliant. And I think we had 42 this year. And it's funded by institutions, companies, donations. But it's, and at the university as well, I think I'm right, but Peter, correct me now. We're not allowed to have internships for longer than 2 weeks unless we pay, or 4 weeks unless we pay them. So they're not allowed to try and stop this from happening. And that's come down from on high, which is something else that maybe will make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a bit so actually we have more than that. But then so it's actually postdocs, career academic, then post
Last but not least, maybe just a comment, outside perspective. Class absolutely underpins the challenges around the technician's commitment and getting recognition as technical staff. And that those two things are just absolutely intertwined in my view.
Yep.
George, thank you very much.
Okay.
I look forward to 12 months' time and an update. It'd be really good to see how that follows through. Okay, so before coffee, one of the most exciting bits for me, I get to give 3 awards, the Scientific Achievement Awards. Actually, I actually know the individuals fairly well, certainly a couple of them very well, but I'm going to read actually what was sent in for their nominations and what they were awarded for. So the first Scientific Achievement Award is for Susan Cox. Where's Susan? Go on, come on up, Susan. So Susan, Susan has an international reputation as an expert in the analysis of single molecule like microscopy data to create super resolution images. She has a strong background in programming, data analysis, and maths, which has enabled her to develop a number of exciting new methods. She uses her microscopy and programming expertise to work with other groups and to apply these new methods to make new discoveries in cell biology. Her position in the field can be seen in both her publications and her high number of invited talks, including talks within the American Society of Biology and all the international meetings. Her work has been recognized by the RMS Light Microscopy Award, the SEB President's Medal, and the Howard Lecture. It's not much, is it? Okay. Susan is now transitioning to focus more on cell interactions and matrices and the big data deep learning approaches required to enable these studies while maintaining her single molecule standards research. And that is only a fraction of what Susan does and for the community as well. So Susan, huge congratulations, very well done. Next up, Frank Gotsman. Go on, applaud as he comes up. Okay, so actually I think what all 3 have a lot in common is their collaborative nature and how they interact with so many other people as well. These are none of them are solo artists. I think that's really recognition of the importance of collaborating. And with Susan and with all 3 awards. So Bernd's research uncovered the unique SPM benefits that neither light nor electron microscopy, EM, can provide, namely direct imaging, measurement and manipulation of nanoscale physical properties of studied objects, thermal, mechanical, thermoelectric, electromechanical, and more. He currently leads the Physics of Science Information Group at the IBM Research and serves as President of Mathematics, Natural Science and Engineering of the Swiss National Research Council. Bernd's research in scanning probe microscopy covers an extremely wide area, ranging from nanoscale electronics with applications in thermal transport, thermoelectricity, and tribology. One for later, to fundamentals of molecular phenomena, quantum heat transport, and mirroring gravitation fields, bioobservation, and non-conventional metals, with world-leading explorations focusing on nanoscale, mechanical, thermal, and thermophysics phenomena. But hugely well done and very well achieved. And the final award for today, for the Scientific Achievement Award for today, is Roland Kroger. Roland, coming up. It's a bit like a game show. I said, coming up, you should say, come on down. Okay, that's a generational joke, isn't it? Okay, so Roland's interdisciplinary research has made tremendous advances in applying transmission electron microscopy and spectroscopy techniques to study nanomaterials, electronic materials, soft materials, and unique biomaterials field that truly bridges both the life and material sciences. His establishment of in situ characterization methods at York extend beyond transmission electron microscopy and include multi-technique methods combining TEM and with in situ Raman microscopy in order to explore the behavior of biomaterials under challenging complex environments, combining liquid and stress. There's a lot of stress, isn't there? More recently, Roland is now working with the NHS hospitals in York and Scarborough on the potential role of microcalcification in wound healing. His work with iron nanoparticles on oxidation and also influencing applications in biomedical and magnetic devices. And again, and there's more behind that. Roland, it's a real pleasure being a Yorkie as well to give you this award. And on that note, I think I get to close the session. We can go for coffee and we'll be back here at 4:20, please. Okay, so kick off. I don't know if you all realise that at the sides we've got royal boxes. And so we've got really royalty given that she's been hiding away in that little royal box all day. So our next speaker is Adriana. And there's no hardcore microscopy in this. Don't forget the RMS isn't just microscopy as you may think of it straight away. Flow cytometry is often referred to as a high-speed automated microscope. Okay, and actually those technologies are coming closer and closer together as well. So our next speaker, Adriana, will have lots of probably flow cytometry within this talk. Adriana, thank you.
Okay, let me get the presentation first. I'm not very good multitasking. Yay. Okay, thank you so much. Refer is just a real pleasure to be here. I am very grateful for the RMS to invite me. And indeed, I'm not going to talk about microscopy. So I hope you are not too disappointed. And I'm going to take you through a story of how we have been collaborating with academics. I am a research facility manager for the University of Birmingham. And I'm going to take you through this. So the medical school in Birmingham about 10 years ago decided that it's not a very good idea to have 3 million pieces of kits scattered, and it might be a good idea to start having facilities. So I feel like we have been moving forward in that journey, and we're still in that journey, and there's lots of things to do. But I feel that we're in the right track, and we're very lucky to have such a good network environment around the UK to look about what is out there and just to steal the great ideas that people are implementing. So what do we do right now in Birmingham? It's been a couple of years that now, let me see if I can use the pointer here. Yes. So we now have something called the Tech Hub Management Committee. And within the Tech Hub Management Committee, we have established 2 different groups of facilities. One that they're called Band 1, and the only thing that means is the ones that have a bigger number of users, wider use. and Bantu are more niche and more local. And what is really nice, and that's also part of the message that I want to convey, is that thanks to the commitment of Birmingham and being part of the technician commitment, all of my staff is permanent members of staff, and we are delivering a lot of work alongside academics, and hopefully this story will showcase that. But I'm not the only manager. I manage flow cytometry, microscopy, and protein expression facility, but there's a wide range of facilities that we have available. So this is my team, and Alex in microscopy, Becky in microscopy, Ferdows and Guillaume and Sharm in flow cytometry, and Jamie and the PEF. And I like to put them there because at the end, I think facilities are about the staff and the specialists that can support those researchers' needs. And I do like to have this because what I always say is that we offer workflows. So it's not that you come and use this piece of kit and that's it. It's about come, let's discuss about what you want to do and what else can we help you with. And just because I am obsessive with metrics, I like to put out how many users we support and how many trainings we do, because I think that's a key element, especially trainings, because all those are going to be PhD students or new postdocs that they are taking on the technology and we're making a real difference with them. So the story that I'm going to talk about starts probably around 6 years ago. I came from a very strong research background. I used to do immunology. And I decided that I was going to take a big change, and I moved into taking the role as a flow cytometry specialist. And that's me having fun with the cytoph. And at that time, Birmingham developed a program called the Birmingham Fellows. And they recruited a group of really talented new fellows to come. And one of them was David Bent. So I remember that was a big change, because we went from a faculty that was very static, and all of a sudden we have 6 new members, and 6 new members that came and talked to me like, oh, what do you have available? And it was the first time that academic actually tried to connect with us directly. So I sit down with David and we talk about not only what we had available, but what was my expertise. So, and I like to talk about this because this is what I used to do. I spent most of my academic career studying dendritic cells and antigen presentation. So for me, it was very much like dendritic cells are essential. They will be the ones that actually control and manipulate the quality of the T cell response that you get. And I used to use T cells as the readout of how good the dendritic cell was. But when David came, David was very much like, no, but what I'm interested in is the T cell. So we ended up having a really nice discussion. And from my point of view, I mean, I knew a lot about what these cells were doing. But one of the things that David came and said, like, actually, what is not very clear is, like, yeah, you're right with all your cytokines and your co-stimulation, but what is the difference in terms of the antigen amount that the T cells are seeing? And what will we care about that? Because basically, it's not going to be the same thing for a T cell if you're going to have lots and lots of antigen when you have a chronic infection or you have a very limited amount of antigen. So honestly, I was like, oh gosh, that's a really good question. And what happened, it's also very clear that this is a particular thing about CD4 T cells. It doesn't happen with CD8s. There was some evidence in vitro that the antigen amount could make a difference. And yeah, all of the approaches were in vitro. What David brought with him, it was a model called TOCI. And his TOCI mice were transgenic mice that use a fluorescent trimer protein that can monitor the dynamics of the T cell activation. So for me, that was really interesting. What his model has is that once a T cell is stimulated, it generates an unstable blue protein, and that stays there between 4 and 7 hours. And after that, it goes to red. So why would we care about that? Then we can differentiate between a naive T cell, see this antigen very quickly, they become blue. And then if there's just one stimulation and just goes, they go red. But if there's constant stimulation, you will have a mixture of blue and red cells. So that was really like, oh, that's really interesting because we can start measuring how long is it being, how quick do they react, can we see any difference functionally? So the first challenge that we had, can we do this in your equipment, Adriana? So these were the spectral references for the two proteins. The closest that we had, it was GFP and YFP, so it wasn't great. And this was a configuration of my equipment, and we knew that it wasn't going to work. And after working with BD a lot, we ended up going for an option where we're going to get 2 new filters. We're going to lose the PRCP channel, and everyone agree this is not going to go perfect, but might get you going. I'm saying that this was about 4 years ago. So when our filters get going, and to our surprise, it started working. We started testing this in vitro with a couple of cells, and everyone was very happy. And most importantly, it was very stable and consistent. So what I'm going to show you now is results from published data. And I think what I find really interesting, and it was groundbreaking in Birmingham, is at the end I became a co-author of this paper that everyone was so surprised, like someone from a facility as a co-author. And I think it's one of those things that has been slowly changing. So we had his wonderful model, and basically what we wanted to assess is what's happened with those T cells when they get activated. Because we want to get as much information in terms of functionality of the T cells. David also put a transgenic reporter for IL-10. And the first thing that we did, or they did, was to just test this in vitro. We take splenocytes and we put them in vitro and we give them the peptide. What are they going to do? So we give them the peptide. We're going to see the red protein here and the blue protein here. I put that so that it's easier. So the blue protein is newly activated. The red protein is that they activated and they stopped. And the one in between is constant activation. So we have those cells in vitro for 4 hours, and you can see that they start becoming blue. And after 24 hours, you have a mixture of blue and red. So the cells are doing what we expect them to do because we gave them the antigen. Are they doing what they're supposed to do functionally? And for that, there are markers that they are very traditional for T cell activation. CD69 is probably the classical one, and it's the first one that it gets expressed. And very nicely, we can show that after 4 hours, they are blue. They're also expressing CD69, and by 24 hours, most of them are in that quadrant. Not only that, they also express CD25 in the same pattern as we expect, and CD44 starts to be downregulated. So the T cells are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but now we have a measure of how quickly they are being stimulated. So can we do this in vivo, which was a big challenge because there was some evidence that, yes, the antigen amount could modulate the T cell response in vitro, but can you actually do it in vivo? So mice were immunized subcutaneously with the peptide, no adjuvant. And then we took splenocytes 4 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours, and 24. But what is really nice is that then we can control the amount of antigen. So we went with 0.8, 8 micrograms, or 80 micrograms. So first things, yes, it works in vivo. So we can see at 4 hours how the cells start moving to the blue. Oh, I don't have my quadrant here, sorry. So this was the early stimulated. And actually the stimulated is correlates with the amount of antigen. The more antigen that you have, the more the T cells get activated. And they do what we expect them to do. So they move from here to here to here, eventually after 24 hours. And the big dose of antigen seems to be doing, pushing the T cells the most. Again, this is great, but are they functionally doing anything different? And the answer is yes. So because we had the reporter for IL-10, what they were able to show is that actually the high amount of antigen produces the highest frequency of IL-10 positive cells. So the antigen amount, it is modulating the T cell response in vitro. My quadrant. So can we find any features that will differentiate these populations of cells? Because it's really nice that I can see them, but is there any functional difference there? And again, in this part is where I play a big role because we spend a lot of time sorting. So they did the experiment of immunization, different doses of antigen and different time points. And then we went and sorted the cells so that we could sort the early activated, the persistent activated, and the transient for the 2 different doses of antigen. this is one of those examples that you see a beautiful slide that it took us a long time to get, because the first time we tried this, we realized that actually because the timer is so sensitive, by the time that I was starting the sort 2 hours later, the cells have shifted. So we have to develop a lot of strategies to ensure that actually the populations that we were sorting were doing in pairs and they were equivalent. And this went for gene analysis. And what was very reassuring is that the first thing that they did is that the population sort themselves out in 7 clusters, which was really nice to see. And there was a lot of analysis behind the scenes that defined that there were genes that they were specific to T cell activation. And to be fair, David still says that there's a lot of information that is coming from those experiments because we pull so much data from it. Sorry, my beautiful. On top of all that, one of the things that they were really interested, because we did the IL-10, and IL-10 with inhibiting the response a little bit. One of the questions is like, what can we find any other genes or any features that we think are important and will define the quality of the response at a higher dose of antigen or a lower dose of antigen? So what you can see here in the heat map, the top 4 are my control genes, and this is my CD69 that I showed you at the beginning. So as soon as they see the antigen, the first thing that they upregulate, and then it goes down. What they found is that at a higher dose of antigen, you always have a higher expression of checkpoint molecules, PD-1, CTLA-4, LAG and TIC, which are a little bit later, so they show up at 12 hours. But it's only in the high doses of antigen when you see that. If you're exposed to a low antigen dose, you never regulate that. So I love their wonderful word drawing. So the antigen load will drive higher expression of regulatory molecules such as PD-1, LAG-3, and TIGIT. From them, they went and did an experiment that I loved because this is exactly the kind of things that happen in vivo. So we're so used to do this priming experiment. So you have model and you give them an antigen, and what happens? But no one sees an antigen just once. Most of the times, we're always exposed to antigen several times. So can the priming of the first antigen modulate how the T cell is going to respond the second time? And for that, again, David's model was really effective. So what they did is that they immunized mice with the different doses of antigen. They waited 24 hours, so the T cells are imprinted by now. And then there was a re-challenge with different doses of antigen, and we checked the response 4 hours later. So just for clarity, now whatever is in the blue one, they're responding to the second, but not the first. So this is the mixed one, they're responding to the first and the second dose, and the red one are responded to the first, not the second. So these are my first dose, nothing, 8 milligrams or 80 milligrams. And then in the second dose, they're going to give them 8. Trick here. So if they are exposed to the big dose of antigen first, so they're going to respond really strongly, and they're going to have all these PD-1 and regulatory genes, and they see a little bit of antigen, the second one, actually the response is lower than if they do the lower dose 2 times. So the first time that they see the antigen, if they see a lot, they will downregulate response. And if they see the antigen again, they will respond that way. So the first encounter really controls how the T cells are going to respond. And that was true for, so this is also, again, if they see a lot at the beginning and a lot the second time, the frequency is lower than this. So what they managed to show here is that the T cell amount of the antigen that the T cell encounters can really modulate how the T cell response is going to come out. And from there, I'm sure it's not a surprise from you that the next question, like how we're going to migrate this to an spectral cytometer for several reasons. The first one, we really needed to check that there was not enough overlap between those 2 fluorescent proteins. But also, the other thing is that they wanted to include more cytokines and more stuff. So we worked really closely with Sony to develop this. And because they were the model was so consistent, they were able to sort out high levels of numbers of cells that they were only blue or only red to come up with the spectral references. So these are our spectral references now. And to everyone's happiness, we were able to show that there is very little overlap between them. But most importantly, because now we're working with a spectral view, then it doesn't matter. We can always differentiate between them. And now we can add many more markers, and we can use the EWFP and the GFP channels for other stuff, which is where he had all his transgenic cytokines. Have we been doing anything with it? Yes. I think the model migrated properly about a year ago, successfully. I think we haven't, because the spectral reference is so good, the overlap is so little. In terms of, do you see any difference of how the T cell responds? No, they are doing exactly what we're expecting, but the spectral cytometer is allowing us to have many more markers. Not only that, well, the moment I'm showing you cells, and these are our T cell markers, and then this is how it looks for the blue and the red and the mix. The other thing that has been made a huge difference is the autofluorescence correction, especially for cytokine analysis. And this is just an example of some of the stuff that we were doing with them, measuring IL-10 and interferon gamma. And this is if we don't have any autofluorescence correction, which is what we will have in a normal flow cytometer, compared to what we're achieving now in the Sony. So David accepts that he tried to stay away from dendritic cells for a long time because they are notoriously autofluorescent. So now, because he has a little bit more confidence about how that can be controlled, he's moving forward to study dendritic cells a little bit more. And this is just an example. So if you have, these are bone marrow derived dendritic cells, and without autocorrection for class 1, but if we correct, then we have a very clean, nice panel, and then we can identify them in terms of class 2 and CD11C and co-stimulation molecules. So I want to conclude in 2 sentences, and I hopefully took you through a journey from two very different perspectives. Operationally, I think the facility work very closely with academic groups to support their research needs. And that includes working from how we're going to implement this into how we're going to do this better. And then we were able to actually support them to transition effectively to a new technology. And I think what it's really important is that David is acting as our early adopter, that is bringing the other users that they were a little bit unsure, and I don't know if I want to change equipment, and this works fine. And now we have someone that truly champions the new technology, and not only showing them what he can achieve, he's actually helping them to troubleshoot and move in that direction. In terms of research, when I showed you from the paper that was published, is that the antigen abundance regulates the immune checkpoint response and can recalibrate the activation threshold for the T cells. So I just want to acknowledge everyone that was involved in here. As I said, the work that I presented was from David Bending. There was a lot of people from the facility involved, myself, Guillaume, Fredo Sheikh, Sharon Goelpour, all part of the flow cytometry team. And we're very lucky to have David Bending acting as our flow cytometry lead for the last 2 years. It's make a huge difference, not only to engage with users, but actually to truly champion our specialists. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for Adrian?
Landed you, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. So therefore, clearly, there is a lot of data there, 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional. Have you tried any kind of this AI stuff or pattern recognition? Because it looks like that's would be really like, when you just look at this, it's one thing, but it moves somewhere. But when you have this one number or 2 numbers, that would be much better.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly, as I said, we work really hard on the data set, and that's exactly what they are doing right now.
Good.
They have it now.
Would you not recommend they didn't use GFP and YFP?
Yes, but it was very much like the mouse is down like that. And I think it's about, how can we make this work?
No spectral flow?
The last bit, solar spectrum.
You're not in-
No, because then we don't have enough channels. Now they want to have EFP, YFP, and the blue and the red. So we're going to go back.
Any other questions for Adriana? In that case, Adriana, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the final speaker today is George Heath from the University of Leeds. So talking high-speed AFM techniques for monitoring single molecule dynamics.
Thanks. And just like to thank the organisers for the opportunity to talk here. There's been some amazing talks already, and it's a real privilege to speak alongside these fantastic speakers. So I'm going to talk about high-speed AFM. So this is going to be mainly research focused, but it hopefully will have a little bit for everyone, still span across data analysis, and I'll try and make it broad and accessible. So one of the major challenges in kind of structural biology is that we're trying to look at these very, very structurally complex systems that are also highly dynamic. So we're filled with these nanomachines that have a lot of complexity themselves, and we also have these machines responding to certain triggers. So whether that be molecular interactions, some kind of force, light, electrical currents, or temperature. And the behavior of these machines, it follows thermodynamic laws. So the motions are stochastic, fast, and a lot of the time there are really important rare events which are missed because these are difficult to apply in structural studies. So there's this disconnect between structure and dynamics, and dynamics is becoming ever more important, I think, as the structural side becomes somewhat easier with all the fantastic techniques out there. So if we look at the kind of available techniques for structural biology, we have cryo-EM, X-ray, which will give us atomic resolution, and I haven't put cryotomography on here, but that would sit somewhere in the middle as well. And we have the single molecule super resolution techniques that can give even angstrom resolution now with the fancy new techniques. And these can give single molecule, whereas the cryo-EM averages across many, many different molecules. So it's going to miss some of those rare events. However, with the single molecule super resolution, it is all based on where the labels are. So there's some more information that we need. And sitting within this is also the kind of virtual microscope of MD simulations. And hopefully I will show you how high-speed AFM can begin to bridge some of the disconnects between structure and dynamics. So I'll talk about high-speed AFM imaging. Some techniques we've done to improve the speed and resolution, and finally talk about data analysis and how we can improve that. So although I think most people are familiar with AFM, I'd just like to give this very brief intro. And if you think of yourself with a walking stick, blindfolded, and for biological samples, we do tapping mode AFM. So we're oscillating that tip. And if there's a change in amplitude, you'll use your internal feedback loop so that you would detect that change in amplitude, you would process that information, and you would tell your body to make a step up. And AFM works in a very similar way. There's a feedback loop, there's piezos to make the steps, and there's an oscillating cantilever in tapping mode. So if we translate the scales down to the kind of nanoscale where we're imaging, we often look at membrane proteins. So this is kind of roughly showing it scale, but it's still a cartoon. And we tap along the surface and we measure the change in amplitude and produce images. However, if you were to try and run at this step with a blindfold and a walking stick, it's likely that you would trip up. Either because you don't detect that change quick enough with your tapping, you're not tapping fast enough, or you don't process the information fast enough, or you don't step up quick enough. So the development of high-speed AFM really required improvements in every single step in that loop. So this is the Toshio Ando system that was developed in Japan, and this is kind of one of the most widely used high-speed systems, although I think Robert gave a fantastic talk earlier. And so instead of the very slow scanning, if anyone's done standard AFM, it's kind of like the old internet would dial-up internet. Pictures or the images load line by line. Whereas if you head towards faster scanning, you can get time-lapse AFM, whereas high-speed AFM really does go to video rate. And this is one of my favorite movies that really inspired me to go into the field. This is the myosin 5 walking along an actin filament captured by the Japanese group. And you can see lots of interesting dynamics going on there. And so what we're interested in is dynamics at membranes generally, but I will also talk about some protein dynamics on the surface. So this is just to give a flavor of the types of things you can look at. So all the imaging is done in liquid, in buffer. So the membranes are happy, proteins are happy. You can control temperature. We can add proteins, do things in situ. So there's changes in the membrane structure on this first video. Antimicrobial peptides destroying a membrane in the second one. We've got proteins binding and unbinding in this. This is a min-D, min-E oscillation. You can do single particle tracking. And what I'm mostly focusing on at the moment is the high resolution structural dynamics. So this is a single protein, and you can see the individual domains within that protein. And we're interested in how they move and how they might interact with drugs. And so one quick example of a high-speed study that we did recently is on this BRCA1 protein complex. So this is in collaboration with some people in Leeds and Edinburgh. And it came to us with the question about how does this very complex protein, which they're struggling to get cryo-EM structure for, simply because it's so flexible. So they have structures for the individual components. Oh, sorry. I thought my laser was on. So they have structures for the individual components, but not for the whole thing. And importantly, not for how it interacts with histones and nucleosomes. So this protein is really important in DNA repair and mutations in it lead to breast cancer. So it's really important that we understand it. And the question was, does this protein bind to one nucleosome or can it bind to two? And how does that binding occur? So we imaged so we used dinucleosomes as a model system. We imaged these by the high-speed AFM, put them on the surface on mica, and could see these nice pairs. Sometimes you get a mono, but we were focused on the dinucleosomes. And if we did a separate experiment where we just have the BRCA1 complex, we could see them. They would bind relatively loosely to the surface, and you would see each of these rows is a single molecule that's flapping its arms all around. And yeah, we could see how dynamic it was and why they were struggling with the cryo-EM. And then if we put these both together, we now have a dinucleosome here. And if we get lucky to capture the moment that the BRCA1 binds to it, we can actually visualize the binding process and how this protein kind of dances around. Might be a little bit difficult to see here, but it initially starts bound to the center and to one end, and then it reaches across to the second nucleosome, detaches, kind of flails off, and kind of reattaches. So we can confirm that it is binding to both nucleosomes, and we have several examples of this, and some even further reaching between two dinucleosomes which are separated by further distance. So hopefully in these images you can see the initial state where it's bound to the center and it reaches across, detaches at some point, and yeah, continues like that. Okay, so this was high-speed imaging, and the question is, can we go faster? So high-speed AFM is kind of knocking on the door of 100 frames per second soon. At the moment, we can do 50 frames per second. But yeah, we want to push the speed a lot faster and not so incremental, although that is fantastic. And one way to do that is instead of scanning the whole surface, it's just scan one line. So it's done a lot in lots of different techniques. And this line scanning will produce a chimograph. And if we're on the right feature, we'll get 1 millisecond time resolution. And we did this for a transporter, which has this elevator mechanism where it pops down and pops up. This is GLTPH. And the chimograph, we could get out kinetics of the motion and also identify an intermediate state where it's partially up. And then you can play around with how does it go from up to mid and down to mid and all the different pathways. And to go even faster, we can stop scanning completely and just hold the tip, keep it oscillating on a single point, usually a point of interest. So this trace here is showing height spectroscopy, so single point scanning of an ion channel. So this is OMP-G, and it has this flexible loop that pops in and out to open and close. It took a lot of work, but we managed to get the tip positioned right on top of this very small protein, and we get these kind of two-state kinetics. And so this is with 10 microsecond time resolution, and spatial resolution is around 1 angstrom noise level. Here, the movement is about 3 angstroms. So it's really pushing the resolution there. And we don't have to do this on stationary proteins. We can use it like a nano FCS. So where if you've got proteins diffusing in and out of your point of interest, you can detect their motion. So each of these spikes in this trace here is a single protein, an exin 5, diffusing under an oscillating tip. And you can measure the width, how long it spends under the tip, and determine its diffusion coefficient. And we were also able to detect if it was a dimer, a monomer, or a trimer with a bit of extra data analysis. You also get the height information out. So if we have something bound on top of a protein, we would have multiple populations in there. Okay, so that was temporal resolution. What about spatial resolution? So if we go back to this kind of blindfold analogy, if you were to take this tip and scan it across these spikes, you wouldn't necessarily resolve that those were spikes. You would get a tip convoluted profile depending on the size of your tip. And this is one of the main limiting factors of AFM and its resolution, particularly for biological samples. We can always try and get sharper and sharper tips, but they don't stay sharp for long if you've got proteins sticking to them, and yeah. So you wouldn't know that these were the spikes, and you would step in. So this is typical images of AFM tips, and yeah, tip convolution. So we can't do what people in electron microscopy do, or we can. You can do the averaging method to try and improve resolution, but the only thing that you get rid of is the background noise. So you're still left with tip convolution. And yeah, averaging 10 frames is basically the same as 40 or 4,000. So we look to super resolution techniques, so methods like STORM and PALM, where they separate the fluorophores out temporally. So instead of having all the fluorophores shining at once and you can't detect where they are, you have one shining at one point so that you can pinpoint exactly where that light source came from, and you reconstruct an image over time. We don't have any fluorophores in our system, but we do have very high resolution surface topography. And if we assume that these have some thermal fluctuations, just shown here in the vertical direction, we can see that if you couldn't resolve them when they're both in one position, if they're over time at different positions, then you should be able to localize and pinpoint their positions and reconstruct the positions over time. So this is the method that we refer to as localization AFM. And we've applied it to lots of proteins already. This is a membrane protein called aquaporin Z. And over about 100 frames, 100 copies of either different proteins or the same protein, if you're high-speed imaging, we can reconstruct the surface at, this is probably the highest resolution we've ever got. This is 4 angstrom resolution, but the images were kind of 1.1 nanometer resolution before we applied our analysis. And they match quite well to the X-ray crystal structure. And we can apply this to other membrane proteins, an Xin5 here. This is an antiporter, CLC, that has a conformational change depending on its pH. So we could detect conformational change going on at the surface. We don't get internal structure, we get the surface structure. But if you're doing that on a single molecule basis, it's quite nice, I think. And this OmpG, where we had that flexible loop popping in and out, if we collect the data and separate out the open and closed conformations, we can produce maps of what that open and closed state looks like. Okay. So one thing I haven't talked about is how we process all this data. So image processing for AFM data has traditionally been image by image. And we are now collecting thousands of images a minute. And that can be 500 videos a day. And you can be really happy, getting loads of nice data. But then you spend forever trying to analyze it, probably discarding some because you don't have time to analyze all your data. And we have lots of data that could be more analyzed and probably information that we've missed. So yeah, AFM data is notoriously difficult to access, slow to process, and the volume is increasing with the high-speed imaging. And if we look to the other microscopies, there's lots of nice analysis packages that rely on, and many for the single molecule localization community, but not so much for AFM yet. So out of necessity, we developed our own image analysis package so that we could actually process our own data. So we can automatically do the pre-processing, or relatively automatically do lots of particle detection. There's no machine learning in this. We can do the localization AFM, and we can also integrate simulations. So we can simulate how the tip would contour a membrane any kind of protein in the protein data bank, so that we can compare our data. Does this look like a protein? What would this protein look like by AFM? And just help with interpreting the images. And to be able to connect all these together so we can integrate the simulations into the data. And yeah. So the software that we've developed is called Nanolox. We have it so that you can read in lots of different data formats. Probably means nothing to most non-AFM people. And we can add to that as we want. We have the pre-processing. So most AFM images have some tilt and some changes in the lines as you scan across. And currently, to process that, you would kind of have to go image by image, and there's macros and things, and it's quite terrible. But we do this in one step. We can threshold level, and it shouldn't be a limiting factor. And we're hoping to improve this even further for more complex images. We can do kind of basic math analysis. This is kind of standard stuff for image J and things, but taking into account the heights, so you can take an area of interest, measure the heights, and extract all the information nice and quickly. You can do the particle detection, and we've tried to make this as fast as possible. So you just select a reference region within your image, tell it to search the whole movie, and it will find all the matching particles, taking into account any rotation. And we can also do that with simulated references if we don't know what the particle should look like. And that will give us a library of different particles, which we can either do averaging, either do single particle tracking, track measure the orientation and that sort of thing. But for us, we're interested in this localization AFM so that we can boost the resolution. So we take all the detected particles, do some extra fine realignment, and you can see hopefully how the average of these is improving with each alignment step. We then do the localization analysis, so picking peaks, doing sub-pixel localization, and this will give us a library. Well, it'll give X, Y, Z coordinates and time coordinates, and we can play around with how we can plot that to produce, to reconstruct an image. So we can render it with a bit of a probability cloud and any color map of our choice, and start to look at how we can detect more features, such as defects in this DNA origami. You can do symmetry, although I don't like doing that so much anymore. We have the time component, so we can also do this in a time-resolved fashion. This is what happens if you increase the force a little bit too much whilst you're high-speed imaging. This is a DNA origami that is being torn apart over time. Not particularly interesting, but it is a nice little demonstration of how we can do the time-resolved LAFM and have higher spatial resolution, slightly at expense of the higher spatial resolution at the expense of temporal resolution. And we put this all into a nice user interface so that you don't have to be a whiz at coding to actually do this, and you don't have to download lots of different packages. You can just download it and start doing it straight away, which I think has been really useful for a lot of people that are not coding experts. So this is just showing some of the leveling, thresholding, and particle detection. I will skip past this. And we make this all open source. This is actually written in MATLAB. We're converting over to Python because MATLAB is probably not the most open source method. We have YouTube tutorials, and we're sharing the data, the raw data. I think, yeah, there's not enough raw data shared in the AFM field, partly because people think no one's going to be able to open this. So why would I share it? So the more tools that are out there to be able to open the data, hopefully it'll encourage more people to share their data. And a very brief mention of some of the stuff we're working on at the moment. So in this demonstration, I showed a very idealized situation here where there's no noise and there's some fluctuations going on, and it's well sampled, so it's easy to pinpoint where they are and get out the localizations. But in reality, we have noise, it's around 1 angstrom, but our fluctuations might be around 1 angstrom and higher. And without any pre-processing, you would just pinpoint all these noisy positions. So we want to localize fluctuations and not noise. And to do this, we're taking a bit of a brute force approach to determine how do we eliminate noise best. So we take some model surfaces as well as protein data bank surfaces, take the coordinates from these, apply fluctuations in X, Y, and Z. So these coordinates are fluctuating, downsample the images, apply tip convolution, different noise models, and produce lots of movies that we can analyze, but we know exactly where the coordinates should be. We then apply lots of different denoising, deconvolution, alignment, subpixel localization methods across all of these different simulations, lots of different combinations, and measure the performance. How well have we localized that particular point in terms of have we localized it and how accurate have we localized it. One example is using the Jacquard index. So this is checking against the ground truth if you've localized the right point, or if you've localized some noise, or if you've completely missed localizing. And the type of plots we get out of this, this is varying the filter strength and sampling And you can see here there's a maxima if you traverse across in the Jacquard index, which corresponds to, oops, a bit too fast. Without any filter, you're getting lots of false positives. If you look at the optimized or the suggested optimized filter, you're just getting mostly the nice points. But if you filter too strongly, then you're removing lots of important points. So this is just for one surface. We do it for lots of different surfaces, different sampling, all the different conditions we can think of, different tip sizes, different levels of noise. And what we're beginning to get out is these big lots. These are lots of different filters on the left, and a kind of scoring index. This is just Jacquard index here, but we also have accuracy, precision that we will eventually are combining into an efficiency score. And we can see where the best filters are performing. And we do the same for deconvolution methods. And hopefully, I'll briefly demonstrate that when we use the best set of filters, what we can get out. So if we have this kind of hemispherical simulation here, with no filter, the LAFM image we get is not great. If we use a little bit of filtering kind of manually, this is what I would use without the knowledge of the optimized system. However, if we denoise and deconvolute this image based on the performance indexes, we can see that we can get a much better image. And we can measure the resolution of these images as well and show that we're increasing resolution, but not only resolution, the number of features we're actually detecting. So we should be able to detect more features and at higher resolution. And we've begun applying this to our own data. This is some DNA origami. This is the raw data. Difficult to see much in there, apart from some bridging origami or DNA strands. We can apply the filtering and then the LAFM, and we can really see individual DNA strands. Some places you can see that the helical twist, although we haven't measured it yet. This is very recent. And you can see this is crossover across the middle, so you can track the way each strand is going. Okay, so I'll finish there. I've talked about high-speed AFM, localization AFM, light spectroscopy, and simulation AFM. And we really use this as a kind of toolbox. I had a couple of undergraduate summer project students, paid, that began to make this transition to Python. So this is their work. I didn't do any of this at all. So they developed a user interface and began a very nice kind of way to open lots of different data. Okay, I'll finish there, and thanks for listening. Any questions for George? You have a microphone.
I do, sorry.
Okay, unbelievable. We don't need any other microscopists now. That's great. Yeah. So when you do this localization, right, you actually realize, so therefore that's your structure, it doesn't move, it doesn't rotate, right? So therefore, how do you deal with this?
In terms of movement, we take the movement into account. So we can realign molecules. If there's rotation to a different side of the protein, then we couldn't really take that into account, but it would be good because we might get two faces of a protein. But if there's rotation this way, we can just correct that in the analysis.
Yeah, but like with your localization, you don't know like what's the orientation because it's just fluctuating.
Okay, yeah. We are, if we don't know, if we can't tell from the AFM images,
yeah.
We're beginning to implement some post alignment of the localizations, and it seems to work well for when there's a bigger structure that has a lot of features. So you can align the point cloud on the average point cloud. If that makes sense. But for some systems, it won't work if it's too noisy, or if there's not enough localizations to align on.
Yeah. So in other things, like when people do the high-speed AFM, right? Yeah. They will rely the contact method you just do very quickly, right? So they go in there. But like in your case, do you still use the tapping thing?
Yes.
Especially when you stay on one point, one line.
Yeah, this is all tapping mode.
All right. You didn't say this. Okay.
And it still sometimes damages.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So is tapping what is the with non-contact or already a bit of tapping, right?
A bit of tapping. So yeah, we can't really do non-contact very well.
Single frequency, not multi-frequency.
Single frequency.
Okay.
Around 500-600 kilohertz.
Ah, so happy. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone feeling geeked out? Another question down here. Just give 1 second to get the microphone, because actually we've got people online as well, so they can.
If you're going fast, could you actually fluctuate the frequency so you could look at sort of dynamic properties as well?
Yes, I think you could. I think there's some people working with frequency modulated stuff. I'm not sure how well it works at high speed.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I know nothing about AFM, so if this sounds stupid, just say so. I'll laugh it off. Could you run sort of multiple tips offset from each other so that you run them down almost like a cone to give you faster speed?
I think some people are trying. I think it's possible on larger AFMs. On this scale, it's the size of the chip and the cantilever is quite difficult to have in the same kind of vicinity. But for certain systems, I think particularly in industry, I think there are some multi-tip type systems. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not just say that's a really silly question.
I think they do exist. I'm pretty sure.
Any other questions? At which point?
Thanks.
Okay, so that's the end of the actual science talks themselves. I just think where else can you get such a varied mix of different scientific talk? And actually all the speakers have put it in a way that actually I could understand it. Okay, because it is quite a broad phrase. And I think the talk's been inspirational and really good. So it's been brilliant. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for everyone online. I hope your visibility has been really good. But actually, we also had 4 early career award speakers. So I'm going to hand over to Susan now.
Okay, folks. Can I just echo that? I get to do lots of leadership stuff, and a lot of my stuff is around money and people and problems and strategies. So to listen to science from such a broad range and understand it all, I'm very impressed, and I've loved it. I just wanted to say a couple of things. There was a large panel that judged the 3 talks, and what they said was universally, we were all very impressed that all of you guys are early career researchers. Super impressive. The future of microscopy is assured, and we've got the quality of research coming out from folk who are so new into the field. Really, really fantastic. We were really impressed with the quality of the presentations, the slides, the clarity, and the context of the research that you presented. And to be able to take us all on a journey through your research in 5 minutes is no mean feat. So I think we should just have a round of applause for all 3 of our candidates. Well, we do have a winner, and this presentation was very well presented. And the comments in particular were that we love that you took us through the story completely from the need for the technologies, how that was developed, the hardware, the software, even commercial solutions. It piqued our imagination, and all of us could see how we might apply this technology and this research to our own work. So without further ado, Akash Kumar, congratulations. And Jade, who managed to do this very quickly.
We'll get yours. This is just a dummy one for the photos. Sorry, 5 minutes. I've got one job, which is to say we have to be out of the venue by 7 o'clock at the latest today. So I've done my job, Jade. But I do need to say thank you to Pete for being an excellent chair today. Thank you so much to Michelle and, of course, to all of our speakers. Thank you to Jade. You haven't moved. You haven't eaten all day. You deserve a big fat drink after this, please. Thank you so much, though, because you've made... But actually, thank gosh, it's like an Oscar nomination speech. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Over dinner last night with some of our executive, they were all talking to us about what it's like to be part of the RMS. And so many times the word family was used. And I really do hope that you felt that family feeling today. And that as we drift out of here with that warm, fuzzy feeling, we remember and come back next year for the AGM and all come together again. So thank you so much.